And just like that, I blink into reality. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Fox and the Fedora Show. How's everyone doing? Happy Pizza Friday to everybody out there. How is everyone doing? Oh, what the heck? Resub, Canis Rufus UK, thank you for the resub for 3 months. My goodness, thank you for that support. I appreciate that, thank you so much. Hope you've been well. Hope you've all been well. Avian, thank you for the host, appreciate that. I'm Sleepy, hi Sleepy, I'm Fox. I'll just let everybody groan for a second and then I'll keep going. Okay, all right, I'm back. The button is back. Yes, the button has come back. Did I eat? Yes, I ate. I have definitely eaten. I ate a nice double chicken sandwich before I came in here. I also have water, full glass of water. So guess what? I got it this time. I'm all good, fam. I'm all good. Yes, and Ford's here because we can't have a stream without Ford. Ford is amazing. I love Ford. I can't have a stream without Ford. It's like against the law or something. If I do a stream without Ford, they're just gonna be like, "Hi, we're the stream authorities," and we just noticed there's no Ford here. There's no Ford. You're trying to keep the meme alive, and there's no Ford. What? Lord Zagram, thank you for the host. Labrador, hello. It's my fave Fox. It's my fave Derp. How you doing, Cal? What's going on? As long as Fox never actually catches puns scrolling through. Oh dear. Oh my goodness, yes. Okay, for those who have not seen it, I've got to share this. Okay, fam, hold tight. I need to share this because this was amazing. I love this. Let me see. And then we're gonna do roll call, but I gotta share this first. This was from Fizzy J earlier. And, yes, I love this. Making grilled cheese with friends. Enjoy the cheesiness. The exquisite cheesiness. But anyway, this was a lovely surprise, and I loved it so much. Phantom Yanix, how you doing? Welcome on in. But yes, Busy J, thank you so much for that surprise. This was a very welcome surprise for the day. Exquisite cheeses are so Gouda. There you go. Oh no. If we're going by, hold on, let me leave this off. If we're going by Persona 5 or Persona 4 logic, I think we've not got as much to worry about with Dark Fox as you might think. Well, sorry, in this dimension, we don't go by Persona 4 logic. That's the Persona 4 dimension. Sorry, nothing suspicious and or devious in the case, no need to look. Exactly. Totally innocent. I'm a Persona Ford. Yes. We know you're a Persona Ford. We know there is so much Ford going on here. Hide your pizza, the Dark Lord has entered the building. Lovely picture. We have a problem though. I see an error on the screen. I will send you a picture of the error to your Discord personally? Oh, what the heck is that? Oh, I see it now. Oh, I can fix that. That's weird. I didn't see that before. Huh. That is bizarre. I can fix that though. Boop. And it's gone. They must have changed that. Bizarre. I'm not an inspector. I'm a street thief. Street thief on a crazy adventure. In this case, just sitting back and listening to Edgeworth's stories. Hopefully, this is the last one. All right, let's go over roll call in the chat because we haven't done that yet. I want to say hello to Foxy, Phantom Yanix. Everybody, say happy birthday to Firemancer. Firemancer, happy birthday to you. Very much so, happy birthday. Oof! Hi, Shinobi Wolf, how you doing? Psycho Fox, Xylanth, Battle Mage, Azulio. Ford, Fusion Hatski, Lord Zagram, Jaeger Master, Prosecutor Boy, yep, there you go. Hey, Fizzy J, of course. Avian, Wendy Bone. Did I say Firecat? If I didn't say Firecat, there we go. Box of Pebbles, hello. Firecat, glad to see you're still on fire. Status quo holding up. Chanel Monster Hyena, hello. Good to see you as well. I think I'm missing somebody. I said Cal Labradorp, there we go. Canis Rufus UK, Nazuk, Tovan, how are you doing? Good to have you all here. Sage the Deer, Picky Pickman. Great to have y'all, great to have y'all. Thank you for joining me today. We're gonna try and not make this all about Ace Attorney tonight. We may do some stream racers if we have time. My goal is to time it better tonight so that we can do that. But if it ends up being all Ace Attorney, it ends up being all Ace Attorney. What are you gonna do? Boom Kitty FX, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Fox Den. How are you doing? Let's see here. Also, how's everybody's week been? I hope everybody's been okay. I hope everybody's doing all right. Once again, happy Pizza Friday and a happy birthday to Firemancer, one of the best mods here on the Fox and Fedora show and a bunch of other shows here on Twitch. So, Firemancer, thank you so much for all your hard work and keeping this chat safe. Saboops with a Luca Fox. Luca! Hello! How are you doing, Luca? There's another fantastic mod right there, Luca Fox. Oh, Sage the Deer's giving Firemancer a bowl of ice cream. Happy birthday, Firemancer. I seem to be getting known in your community. Good. More meanings of the dark. I'm seriously sending hugs and mega birthday hugs to Firemancer. Yes, all your birthday hugs to Firemancer. And if anyone else's birthday's coming up or is in close proximity, let me know. We'll celebrate. All right. Oh, unless, of course, you're like, nah, don't celebrate my birthday. I'm going to keep that private. That's fine, too. Do that, please. Whatever makes you comfortable. Whatever makes you happy. But for now, happy birthday, once again, Firemancer. All right. Oh, thank you for the hugs, Foxy. My birthday's coming up in like 10 months, so that's close. SK Sheppy. How you doing, SK? What's new? How are you? By the way, I don't know if I told you guys this, but about a month or two ago now, I met SK in person. SK is wonderful. Script Wolf and Lightning Wolf Dog of 52. How are you both doing? Welcome on in. Also, in other news, other quick news, I've gone back to writing a book. I'm currently in the process of writing a novel. It is a fantasy novel, and I'm looking forward to actually getting it written and hopefully getting it published. Because, you know, that would be amazing if I could do that. So, yes, I'm writing a book. I'm also now a producer on an independent movie, an indie movie. Aw, Boom Kitty, thank you for the hugs. I'm also an independent producer on a movie now, which is really cool. It's being produced by the son of one of my favorite Canadian actors. If you guys have checked out my YouTube streams before, one of my favorite games is Far Cry 5. And the villain in that game, played by actor Greg Brick, who in this continuity technically is responsible for the creation of Dark Fox being in the continuity of the stream. But anyway, aside from that, Greg Brick, one of my favorite actors, his son is making the movie. And I decided, you know what? I'm all cool with that. Yeah, I'll help out. And then, as a kind of a reward for being a part of that, I'm actually getting the glasses from the promotional material and the marketing material of that game. So the bad guy's glasses from Far Cry 5, they're being sent to me. Servari Stafford, thank you for the host. And I'm really hyped about that. So I guess in some cases, Dark Fox is gonna be able to wear the bad guy's glasses. So I was like, hey, that's pretty awesome. Funny too, but you know, hey, it's cool. It's cool stuff. It's cool stuff. But anyway, aside from that, I hope everybody has been having a good week. I hope everybody has been keeping safe, keeping healthy with all the crazy stuff going on with COVID, continuing battle against COVID. Please, I beseech all of you out there, not just everybody here, because I know you guys are responsible, I know you guys are amazing. I beseech all of you out there to please wear a mask. Please. 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 We need a beer command. A beer wish, you mean? I can ask the genie about that. Max the Green Wolf, hello. Savari Stafford, how are you doing? Good to have you here. Alright, also I may be a little burpy because I just had sparkling cider. Did someone say beer? Oh, that's how you get a Ford to show up. Ryder! It's a Ryder, everybody. How you doing, Ryder? Welcome on in. It's going fantastic. There's a really cool dog right there. Ryder. Ryder's a very cool dog. And where there's an SK and there's a Ryder, there's bound to be a Bandolito somewhere. But anyway. See, Ford knows what's up. There's a Hoosk bro right there. It's Ryder the Hoosk. Bandy right behind me. Hi, Bandy. How you doing? Vexient! Hello, welcome on in. Bandy says hi. Hi, Bandy. Oh, Hoosk triplets. There you go. There you go, right there. So many Hoosks. Does that mean I can call Ford Fusion Hoosky now? Because that just makes me giggle. I want Ford Fusion Hoosky. And spell fusion with 2 O's, not a U. In fact, can we add 2 O's to Ford? Ford Fusion Hoosky? That makes me happy. I want Ford Fusion. When I say Ford, it sounds like I'm the Swedish chef from the Muppets. Ford. Gosh. Oh no. Help. Just help. We're already losing it. We haven't even started yet. My goodness. Alright, well fam, I just want to let you guys know we're going to do some more Ace Attorney tonight. We're going to try and get through as much of the 4th case as we can. Edgeworth just keeps going on and on about all these stories. And hopefully we'll have some sort of conclusion coming up very soon. Oh, someone requests that voice if they can't get a voice for a character. What? Swedish chef? Oh no. Okay, somebody's got to remember that if a new character shows up. But we'll see. We'll see. I think we're going to get at least one more new character. Or 2 more new characters, but I don't think they're showing up here. I think they're showing up in case 5. Oh my goodness, it's a Bandolito! With a tier 1 resub for 10 months! Is that 10 months? No, 16 months! It scrolled down too far and I thought it was a 0. It's a 6! 16 months! Thank you, Bandolito. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. Big old LOL from Ryder. Whenever I see somebody write it like that, 160 months. Yes, there you go. Bandy, you've been subbed to me for 160 months. I haven't even been here that long. How did you do that, Bandolito? You're an incredible doctor. My gosh. Also, I just wanna point this out, and this is not like a finger wag at anybody. Whoa, time travel, indeed. Maybe Bandolito's not that kind of doctor. He's the other kind of doctor, the time-traveling British one. Why is my mouth open? That doesn't make any sense. I'm just moving my head up and down. Bandolito Time Lord confirmed. Yep, there you go. Gonna eat up dinner. All right, enjoy your nums, Phantom. Enjoy your nums. But I just wanted to say, every time I see somebody write LOL like this, I'm gonna put it in chat right now. Whenever I see an LOL written like this, I always get the feeling that it's like, because it's lowercase. Doctor Whom. Doctor Whom, indeed. Indeed. Hello, Audenix, welcome on in. I don't know, lowercase always made me feel like somebody was sad, you know? It's just easier. I feel that. I understand it. whenever I see it, I'm like, first impression in my brain is like, oh no, they're not they're not feeling good. It's like a light laugh, not a laugh. LOL. The kick is good. It's someone hands in the air, reaching for the skies. Indeed, indeed. Would you ever want to be like Inspector Gadget? No, not at all. I'm happy being who I am. All right, fam, let's get on with the good stuff, shall we? And maybe we have time when we get through this. We'll play a little Stream Racer later, because Stream Racer is hilarious. I prefer LOL because it's symmetrical. That too. See, there's different mentalities for it, and I like that. I find that interesting. All right, fam, let's get on with the good stuff. Music man, shush. Thank you, Music Man. Thank you. It's like, thank you, Music Man. There's a guy superhero just standing there with a big note on his chest. Citizen. All right. Let's do this. Good stuff. That's the wrong stuff. Okay, that's the right stuff right there. Cool. Glad I got that figured out. And better change the thing too before we can move. There we go. I'm professional. I'm a professional streamer, if you couldn't tell. Obviously professional. 100% professional. See, I even got the my sample up there. I am so ready for this, guys. Anyway, there we go. Problem solved. Thank you for the hug, Fireman, sir. I appreciate it. One for good measure. Pizza! Yay, pizza. All right, fam. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's make it happen. That is a very interesting Owo, Esky. I just called you Esky. Eske. I can't speak tonight. I'm not prepared. I'm professional. I promise. I swear I'm professional. Esky. Yeah. It's now Esky Sheppy. There you go. Esku. It's okay. Eske is bad dog. Eske's a bad dog? I don't know about that, Ryder. I kind of always thought you were the bad dog. I always got that impression. Very bad. So bad. Just misunderstood lies. Lies and slander. Oh my gosh. Alright, well, we'll solve that in the trial today, Ryder. We'll solve that in the trial today. Yeah, this is true. Can confirm. Okay, cool. Got the confirmation. That's all we need. We got a witness. Alright, next up, let's go from chapter start. Also better turn the sound up. Case closed. September 10th, 4:45 p.m. District Court, 3rd floor lobby. And for those just joining us, 7 years from the present day, backwards. I mean, you'll still be you, but what if you had gadgets? I don't want gadgets, though. Sir, oh no, gravelly voice is back. What is to become of the trial into the Kodapian embassy staff member's murder? Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely. Alright, she's Doofenshmirtz. Ha! Looks like you'll have to wait just a bit longer for your big debut. I suppose it can't be helped. What is that cop doing at the counter? I have no friggin' clue, actually. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while. ... Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Kodapian embassy staff member? And the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell? Oh, that's right, this is the case of Dead Man and Mac Rell. Oh, gosh. What an outrageous circus it has all become. That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naivete. An outrageous circus. Right, sir. I grow weary of this topic. Edgeworth, I will have you assigned to a different case. Officer, I'm gonna ask you to step away from that counter. You're weirding me out. He is kind of hunched over in a weird way. Oh, Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you? I'll consider it. That evil smile just ain't working for me. Like, you're transparently evil. I can see right through you, dude. Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation. Whatever for? I know that there is already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell, and my music is way too loud. Woof. I named my Dark Souls character Dead Man. Picky Pikmin, I salute you. However, there is not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt. The perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection. Ow.
Papa? Who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders?
What are you asking me for?
Miles and I were competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree?
If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish.
Then you're allowing us to continue?
In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now to my castle in Transylvania. Edgeworth, Franziska, see to it I'm not disturbed, save for the results of your competition.
Yes, sir. That'd be something as guilty Botox man would say. Gosh.
Of course, Papa.
Franziska, thank you.
What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that security detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on.
Yes, just as you wished.
I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth.
I know I don't have enough information yet, so my first order of business will be to question anyone involved with this case. First person of suspect, you! What are you doing?
Wow, this thing is so incredibly detailed. My inner modeling fanboy is impressed.
I'm not exactly a fan of plastic models per se, but even I can sense the superb quality of this model.
I simply cannot comprehend how that man can feel so much love for such a trifle.
Oh, I see. That's official, he did it, cuff him.
You're a disciple of my father, so you would do well to guard yourself against an interest in such unproductive things.
Yes, perhaps I should take up whipping people like the young lady over here. Alright, let's see. Either Gumshoe or you. Gumshoe or you. Let's talk to Gumshoe. Hopefully he'll be a little bit more open.
It wasn't me, I tell you. I didn't do anything wrong.
Is that a sink or water fountain? It's clearly broken. Yeah, it's a water fountain.
Yes, I understand, so let's just calm down, okay, buddy?
I doubt I'll get anything useful from the detective while he is this agitated. Well, back to defense attorney lady. Miss Yu. Oh, it's you, Edgeworth, and who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you?
You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am.
Some ninja boobs.
I am Franziska von Karma, and I am about to become the successor to the family name.
About to? I guess that means just for that, I guess that means that for now, you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are.
What?
What? Why are you whipping me? Anyway, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. I'm terribly sorry, but I have but a few more questions to ask of you. Can we appreciate her personality? God. Look at you, eyebrows scrunched with lines on your forehead. And that to ask of you. What exactly is so funny? Sorry, I'm just bad at dealing with a super serious atmosphere. Apparently, they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school. I feel much better now, so what is it you want to talk about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in defendant lobby number 1 the whole time, up until we heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, I feel free to ask him yourself. You were with Detective Bad? Why? We had a little something to discuss, that's all. So, I take it that you are acquaintances with Detective Bad. Yeah, he was the detective in charge of the KG-8 incident. Detective Bad is also related to that incident? That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? She's now pizza. Cece's pizza.
Miles Edgeworth, I have no idea what you two are talking about. I've heard of the KG-8 incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to you, Miss Yu?
The victim of that case, Cece Yu, was my little sister. Oof. You're making that super serious face again. Cause of death? Pepperoni. I will CC you later. I'm fine, really. I just make it a point to rub some more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him. The way she talks about doing that as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Oh, speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday, I'd say they met up just about every single time the Yatagarasu made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. I see. He did mention that he is in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more detail. Let's go with Yatagarasu! Miss Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself, but I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies? The Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know.
All right then, perhaps the Yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives.
You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma? Francisca, be careful about who you whip.
Shripe! How you doing? Thank you for the hug. Welcome on in. What's up? How you doing? Good to see you.
Choose carefully or we may be sued by... Okay, good, she hit him.
Shripe, thank you for the host. There, I chose carefully, just like you wanted.
Hey guys, I think we found Ford's gender bent self right here. Right here. Can't stop laughing. Can't stop laughing right here. That just was hilarious, little missy. I mean, you're not wrong. Oh gosh.
Of course it was.
What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them to light?
And so in the end, what is the Yatagarasu? I have to say, I had never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany.
The Yatagarasu deals in information, namely in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. The Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see.
Vigilante or not, this person sounds like just another criminal to me, like Perry the Platypus.
I suppose you could put it that way too. What about a platypus? Hey, Ark! How you doing? Welcome on in. But either way, I get a lot of more clients now thanks to that thief. Sounds like Miss Yu is profiting nicely. Time of the murder! You claim that at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad.
But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial of your clients during a recess?
We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. Rell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked. And what did you talk with Detective Bad about? Nothing interesting. I just insulted him more. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more. Bloody, when she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2. I see. Alright, I'm nicknaming her Captain Insult. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mackerel. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu, is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from KG... Oh. Once I had heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from KG8. Yes, Ford. I began to ask Mr. Rell all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Yes, Mackerel. For a middle initial A. Turns out Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. He had just made that up. He made it up? Mr. Rell's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras, but there is no footage of him sneaking into the Gaddafian embassy itself.
Hold on for just 1 second. Then you mean to say that you knew that he was not the real Yatagarasu, and that he was just another cold-blooded killer, and you were ready to defend him?
Yes, that's right. Edgeworth asked why his pain gives him pleasure. Well, does that mean they put him in a pain gang? I don't... I'm sorry, I don't get it. I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals.
That's why defense lawyers are so detestable, but they are no match for us von Karmas.
I don't believe it. You're serious. Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? Oh, chain gang. Okay. I'm just gonna butt in here. Well, hello, Speed. How are you doing? I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer. Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. Sorry. Forgive my rashness. I suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss Yu. Should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. Hopefully he's calmed down. Oh good, he has. Detective Gumshoe.
Hey, it's you, pal. You're here.
Youch!
As am I.
I don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that.
I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective. I really didn't.
Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, Detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you. I hope you've been doing alright. I'm doing good, Speed. We're just working our way through Ace Attorney here.
Have a heart, pal.
But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about if you really are innocent, that is.
That's right. Hey, pal, go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will you?
I would have done so even if you had not requested me to, Detective. Alright, let's talk about his motive. What's going on here? So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry?
I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because on my very first day as a detective, I reported in at my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really late.
Aw, thank you for the hug, Speed, and welcome back.
And that's when he gave me that huge speech.
I I remember doing the same exact thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom.
How pathetic for the detective to be compared to a mere school child. Ouch. You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom? Earlier at around 3:20, and from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn, so I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday.
And yet something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty.
And this must be the room of sass. Yes. Lobby room sass. Ow! Your words sting worse than your whip, pal. I never heard how your day went because my stream crashed. Oh, my day went well, Speed. My day has gone pretty well. I got the day off today and it was really nice. So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Next step. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else you'd like to tell me? Nope, not a thing, pal.
In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying on your personage.
Wait, you can't do that! Why not?
There's nothing of any particular value here.
Well, my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so, you know. And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket? Hands off, pal!
Just show it to us already!
Yo! Annual bonus check within, $5 total. Except there is no check-ins. Only $5? You've had your luck, now give it back, pal! It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. I just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know? So that envelope is really special to me. Now give it back!
You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later.
How could you? Annual bonus envelope, $5. That's hardly enough. Lewis-Ark, how you doing?
I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now.
I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. Oh, wait, since he became a suspect, there's one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe.
Understood, but please make it brief, sir.
What is that one thing, Edgeworth? I want to hear from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. I guess we have to present something. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct? No mistake about it, pal! Then you are also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either. Is that also correct? Yep, not even a single ant passed through the hall while I was on duty. Hashtag, You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself. Huh? Oh. But it's true! I didn't see anyone go through the hallway and I didn't hear anything else, pal! I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I can even imagine! So he intends to continue telling his ridiculous lie. But why would he do so, given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant lobbies is in order. Excuse? You? No! Well, she kicked him in the butt. Oh, that's a raspberry.
How could you have not noticed that coming?
Isn't that the child I changed money for earlier?
Thanks. That's exactly what I needed.
Kids can sometimes be so cruel.
It looks like she dropped something.
A Swiss roll.
Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead.
Very curious, I'm not thinking. I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt the next time we meet. I believe I've asked all that I need to of this man. Now for Detective Bad and the judge.
We have to confirm who's correct, the judge or that scruff face, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of lobby number 2 next then.
I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Francisco? To the lobby! Saboops. Are we gonna get to interrogate the judge? Oh my gosh.
So, did you see anything else? No, I don't think so. I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Anytime, detective. Now, you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. Oh, you're that new prosecutor Mrs. Von Karma recommended, right?
My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor.
And I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Franziska Von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor.
Oh, see, Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Mr. Ack.
I think he had a stroke.
I bit my tongue.
Are you alright, Your Honor?
Please feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine.
Apparently somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title.
Oh, very well, then I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now about your earlier testimony.
Yes, what about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw.
All right. After all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law.
I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements. Alright. Speak with the judge first. It's official, Mr. Bad did it. It's in his name. You think it's Detective Bad? I want to hear from everybody in chat. Who do you think did it? Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder?
Do you suspect me of something?
Answer, yes. No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor.
Very well. You may continue with your testimony.
Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after. Young Rebel 88, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Fox Den. How are you doing? Colonel Mustard? A Firecat thinks it's Colonel Mustard. That's a good one. That's a good one. Colonel Ford Fusion Mustard.
Oh! I had no idea we're chasing after me or my testimony.
I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge. Oh, if you only knew.
Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom.
It's a very bizarre way to... I don't get it. Some very bizarre, architecture there. This man's hair get inverted into his facial hair. A window in the restroom. Apparently so.
When I was going into the restroom, that detective Gumshoe, is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't leave, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore.
Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally.
Oh, I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure.
I'm mad, I'm very mad. I wanted more info on a character and stumbled on a major spoiler for this game. Yeah, careful. Don't look up stuff or else you'll be spoiled. Chrissy the Penguin! Who's been kidnapped now? Nobody, we solved that one. Now there's been a double murder 7 years in the past. Chrissy the Penguin, thank you for the host. How are you doing?
It was really suspicious. That's why my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off. Ho, 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 I'm Santa Claus. What would you like for Christmas, Mr. Prosecutor?
Apparently this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. Calm down, Your Honor. There are no ghosts in the halls. That's probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now?
Yes, I'm sorry to have helped you out. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor.
Ho, 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 anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime. Now, the missus is going to be very upset if I'm not home in time for dinner. It's very close to Christmas, after all.
The judges in this country seem rather friendly.
Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. In this country? Alright, next one we need to talk to is Detective Solid Snake. Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about.
Hey, how about doing some actual work, you?
Fox is Foxy Claus? I'm not Foxy Claus. I know. That's a totally different person. I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess.
You're getting in the way of the investigation.
I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself. Plus, I still hold investigative authority. He just pulled out a mirror. He must be self-absorbed. Stock Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad. So I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here.
Faraday. That guy was just accused, you know. I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instinct told me.
Ford is Ford Claus? I don't know. Ford, how's your ho-ho-ho?
A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it.
Alright, Fireman Sir, go have a good sleep and safe travels tomorrow. Happy birthday again. Ooh, he getting mad. Oh, she knows what she just said.
Hold it!
Francisca, I think you need to apologize.
Ah, I'm sorry.
I'm terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please continue. How is your ho-ho-ho? Yeah, your ho-ho-ho. Ho-ho-ho, you know? Santa Claus.
I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told them to send somebody over. And that detective's the one that showed up.
Furry Cures, please don't do that, Furry Cures. Please don't, okay? There was nothing wrong with that. And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad?
Yeah.
I waited for him on the first floor.
After he got here, we came up to these defendant lobbies together.
Well, it didn't sound like it, Furry Cures. Okay? Please don't do that.
As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. No, not you. You. Never mind. She told us that Faraday was really mad. And that he dragged Rel off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said not let anyone interrupt him. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big look to stand guard outside.
Rude
Howdy! Welcome on in! Lord Fedora, I'm no lord. Definitely no lord here. And around what time did all that take place? Let's see. I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway. Not once. Oh my goodness, it's Savage! Wizrobe coming in with a raid! How you doing, Savage? Welcome on in, Raiders! Feel the pain of those inferior beings as you burn in hell. Oh, Kratos. Oh my gosh. How you doing, Savage? Welcome on in, Raiders! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Sorry we can't turn on the raid music right now. I'd get drowned out by this. But welcome on in, Raiders. For those who do not know me, I am the Fox in the Fedora. I'm a fox. I wear a fedora, and I got all sorts of crazy adventures, aka play games for you. I'm a variety streamer. Welcome on in, everyone. How was your stream, Savage? Hope everybody had fun. Doing awesome. Was playing some Tales of Symphonia and had an awesome time. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Well, thank you for that raid, Savage. Welcome on in. We're continuing with some Ace Attorney tonight and trying to figure out this murder that took place 7 years in the past.
Oh? And how can you make such a claim?
And we Kratos killed Kavar, a racist, so I felt happy too. Yay! Nice.
One of the guards out in this floor's main lobby swore for me he didn't.
The detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to?
That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2 just as I suspected. You and I, we were in the lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe.
And we blew up his human ranch, so even better. Nice. It would seem that I am still missing some key pieces of information. What about the gunshot? Detective Bad. I almost did solid snake for him. Does Bad mean to tell us that the last to see the victim was you and the only sign of the event was a gunshot? Guys, I think I know what really happened. Oh, has Wingsong figured it out? What happens at human ranches is so horrifying. I don't want to know. Wingsong, welcome on in, by the way. How are you doing? Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not?
Yeah, I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you.
That doesn't make any sense. I think if Wingsong's about to accuse you of doing it, then how come Detective Bad and you ran in together? The stream goes well, Savage. The stream goes well. How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene?
Less than a minute.
What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot?
I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around in the hall and raced into lobby number 2.
Yeah, not too bad. I've actually been here since the near beginning. I just been silent. Oh, okay. Well, either way, hello. There you go. I said hi. You get a hello as well, because I cannot not say hello to people. It's like a thing. It's like, you're here. Big hello. I'm just a happy fox when I see people.
And that's when we discovered the bodies, in that order. That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right? Yeah, I guess it does, little miss. I'm about to become a prosecutor very soon! You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else!
Whoa, he dodged! Holy crap! I don't think anybody in this series has ever dodged Francisco.
You wave that thing around any more, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss.
Whoa! Gonna lurk for now? Okay, Savage, thank you for the lurk.
You wouldn't dare!
Gumshoe may be thick, but he's still more useful than the judge.
Ha ha, just joking.
Detective Bad is really something if he can make Francisca behave. Are we about done?
Is there anything else I should ask him about? Time he heard the gunshot, place he heard the gunshot, situation around the gunshot. We don't lose any points for this, but what are we gonna ask? We already know where he heard the gunshot. We know the time he heard the gunshot. Or do we know the time he heard the gunshot? Situation around the gunshot. I think we've already heard the situation around. Let's talk. No. I think we already know the time, right? Now she's gonna go tell Daddy. Let's go with situation. I'd like to know a little bit more about the circumstances under which you heard the gunshot.
Like I said, I was in lobby number 1 with you. Not you, the other you. No, forget it. I have nothing else to add.
Well, his testimony certainly corroborates with what Miss Yu said.
Miles, you already asked him about that, remember?
I suppose I should ask something else. Let's talk time. Time here at the gunshot. Your clips are still being saved. I have no idea why they're not showing up. I think it's because of... This is actually a thing that's been going on for a long time now, Lord Zagrum. Unless you're a mod, the clips don't actually show up. I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot.
It was around the end of the recess. The trial was about to start again. I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense he wasn't gonna show for the handoff. Yeah, so I figured I should go get him, or he'd be late.
They used to show up, though? Very weird. I don't know then, Lord Zagrum. I have no idea. But rest assured, your clips are getting through.
And just as I thought that, bang! The sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums.
So he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start, huh? Alright, we have Detective Bad's testimony.
Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste.
Oh, come on! All you're doing is standing in front of this door doing nothing.
I get the sense that he is somewhat investigating this crime scene, or rather that he is keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us for just a bit longer?
I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place.
Fine then, be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles.
You may no longer be willing to help us. However, may I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation?
Do as you like.
He likes that mirror. Very much so. Alright, time to check around. What is that? What is that line? I won't rest. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is... Wait a minute. What is that? The ants are hard at work. Oh, they're ants! Ant-Man must be here. Alright, enjoy your lurk to it, Tovin. Enjoy your dinner. The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size. Yeah, Ant-Man's here.
Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karma name and not be squished under it, you'd better work extra hard, just like these ants.
The same goes for you, Francisca. Okay, so we found ants. What is that? What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. Pink piece of trash pink trash found on the windowsill of the hallway made of rubber. Fedora Fox is best fox on Twitch? Aww. That's sweet. I feel like I've seen something like this before.
Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there is a litter running running loose inside this courthouse is simply unforgivable.
It's not like it was I who littered. Rubberman was here too. It was a fight between Ant-Man and Rubberman.
Rubbish belongs in a rubbish bin.
Wow, she's just going off on him. Just like whack, 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 whack. It's like the little sister you would never want to grow up with.
What's the matter?
Pricked myself on one of this cactus's needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp.
Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case.
Do you really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on the windowsill is completely related. Speed, thank you for the lurk!
That wasn't lewd. Talk about. Oh? Well then, I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it is related.
Me too! How is the cactus related? Wait a minute, what's that? Oh. Well. The dirt on this bench smells like some sort of sweet substance.
I can't believe there's someone going around dirtying this courthouse. For shame!
Hold it! Calm down, Francisca. Cactus Man was here as well. Whoa! A triple battle! Ant-Man versus Rubberman versus Cactus Man! Hey, Fox, you need a hand? No. Got one. Now, take a good look. Doesn't the smudge look kind of like a handprint to you?
I suppose it could be.
Which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench.
I see, and then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob.
You there, the lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to?
Sir, yes, sir. I've got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir.
And do we know who they belong to?
Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe.
Well, guess that proves he was here. Oh, interesting. Good work, officer. Interesting indeed.
And there you have it.
Yes, I suppose so.
Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench.
I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. Now, what is this? What are the ants going after?
What are these black speckles?
I believe it's a pile of ants eating away.
Oh, that detective. He claims that not a single ant slipped by him. And yet there's a whole hill of them.
Well, now we know how Gumshoe gives Edgeworth a hand in his case. Oh dear. What are you hitting me for?
As a replacement for that pathetic detective.
Ugh. Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts.
Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating.
From the look and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. Wait, didn't little Kay Faraday drop a Swiss roll?
Miles Edgeworth, the courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times.
No! It wasn't me that dropped food on the ground.
This courthouse must be kept clean. No!
My gosh. She's dangerous. Oh dear. All right, let's check logic. So we have lobby number 2 window. No human can climb through these barred windows. The scent of flowers is in the air. We have a pink piece of trash. We have windowsill cactus. And we have Swiss roll crumbs. Does anything here fit together? Pink piece of trash, windowsill cactus, Swiss roll crumbs, lobby number 2 window. What do you think, fam? Anything looking good? Must have been a quad battle because Swiss Man was here. Oh no, not Swiss Man! Anything but Swiss Man. He's like a giant Swiss Army knife. Potted cactus sitting on the hallway windowsill. Its needles are dangerous. Pink piece of trash. Pink piece of pink trash found on the windowsill of the hallway window made of rubber. Wait! 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 Please! Yes! This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon. That's right! The judge did say he thought it was somebody's birthday! And he heard poppers going off, and then everybody was like, there's been a murder! What if what Detective Bad and you heard was the balloon going off? Somehow Kay's balloon got in here, popped, and that caused everybody to come running, and then they found the bodies. But then that means this wasn't part of the killer's plan, unless the killer somehow orchestrated this, which I don't see why that would be necessary. So that means the time of death took place much earlier than when the balloon popped, but before Gumshoe was placed on duty, which clears Gumshoe. I suppose that's possible. It is possible! The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. Okay, so we know that. Now we just have to prove it. Get Detective Gumshoe off the hook. I don't see any correlation between these two. Is there anything else here? It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods. There's the correlation. That's where the Swiss rolls came. Swiss rolls, $6. $6 for a Swiss roll? Just lovely. What will they think of next? Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. 1 packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk, 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these for $6. They're awfully overpriced, that's what I said. The lineup is simply awful, period. Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped is from this machine. Wasn't Gumshoe check was for $5? That's right! And then Kay was asking for $1 more. And didn't Kay say in the 2 days before the Portsmouth case at Gatewaterland that... Oh, Seawolf! Thank you for the raid! How you doing? Welcome on in, see? Redo the Husky with the boops. How you doing, Redo? It's been a while. Seawolf, welcome on in! How was your stream? For those who do not know me, I'm the fox in the fedora. I'm a fox, I wear fedora, and I go on all sorts of crazy adventures, aka play games for you. I'm a variety streamer. Seawolf, it is so good to see you. How was your stream? Welcome on in, everybody. Hope everybody had fun over at Seawolf's channel. Welcome on in. Alrighty, let's continue, shall we? Okay, so did that one. I was wondering about that myself. So let's see. You can get hot dogs from a vending machine? $7. I mean, that's actually pretty good for a hot dog. Some hot dogs are like really expensive. Maybe it's the same, I don't know. Beef jerky is $9? $9 for beef jerky? Ham sandwich is $8. Heckin' amazing. I burned over 500 calories today just on Just Dance. First time using the sweat mode. Congratulations, Seawolf. That's cheaper than real life. I mean, I guess in some cases, but some of these are a little overpriced. Like, I can get a ham sandwich for like $5. Orange juice is $9. That's ridiculous. Milk's $7 and Swiss rolls, that's crazy. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. The end of what? Well, I assume it means the end of the trial. I suppose this means that one should eat these during a recess? You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh? Wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packets of 2 after all. We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me. If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together. If I have to split it with you, then I don't want it. He's right. Fox Fedora should be an investigator. Now the fedora makes sense. As for the OJ being $9, are they golden oranges? Probably. But now we have a correlation. Vending machine and Swiss roll crumbs, which should give us the fact. Boom. These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll? A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that? No, but Gumshoe and the little girl had enough for 6. Indeed, they did. It may not seem like the right venue. However, it is being sold right over there. The vending machine? Ah, I see. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. 2 for $6? Talk about expensive. Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. Interesting. Okay, so now I think I know what's going on here. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now. Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I? Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll. And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench. And of course, the machine accepts credit cards. How could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable! Don't you dare whip him again. It wasn't I. Oh, don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Thank you for the alert, Firecat! Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll. Alright, Seawolf, go enjoy your nums! That creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts. A contradiction? Where? I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. Well, I already see it. You're gonna talk about how much money Gumshoe had on it. Which would be right here. So if I'm thinking through this correctly, Eureka! About Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning. Welcome back, Xylanth. He didn't have even a single penny on his personage. Just how poor is that guy? If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought the pack somehow. Indeed. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is, how? Clearly, we know that already. At least we're getting somewhere. And our health bar's back. I believe I now have a very firm grasp on what happened here. Well, I do too. Alright, Francisca, would you care to share what conclusions you've come to? Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead. It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well, but first we need to pay his honor a visit to correct his testimony. September 10th, 5:15 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. So the vending machine can dispense 2 rolls for 6, basically, yes. Which I guess is a little better for the price, but still kind of pricey. I mean, I can go to a gas station and get that for cheap. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up. Your Honor, calm down.
Sorry. Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect?
In a sense, I suppose you could say that.
Even you, a judge, is nothing but a common witness before Avant Karma.
Silence in the courtroom! Silence, I said!
I get a full package of Swiss rolls at the HEB for $3, actually. Yeah, see, there you go.
Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred and Mr.
You bit your tongue again, didn't you?
Y2J40, how you doing? Welcome on in! How's it going?
As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You can even place me under oath if you want.
Very well, then. Your testimony, if you please. Oh my gosh, the judge is testifying. Oh my gosh, this is a first.
During the recess, I went to the restroom. There is a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me!
Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm? Did you hear games on PS5 and Xbox Series X could cost $70? Probably not. That'd be ridiculous.
Oh, $70, you say? Oh dear. I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now. We're gonna spoil the judge's fun! At least Edgeworth is. I'm not here. I'm just listening to the story. During the recess, I, went to the restroom. Nothing weird there. Does the judge have a name? Yeah. It's Judge. There's a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. Okay, that's fine. Then I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines. Let's press that to start. Judge Klaus. Yes, indeed. You got it. Are you sure that the person you witnessed was Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure.
Judge Saint Nick, aka Santa.
It's hard to miss someone of his stature, even from as far away as the restroom. Besides, I can't think of anyone else with that kind of hairstyle and big beige coat.
Well, I was simply wondering if you were mistaken in what you saw.
What? Preposterous. My eyes are sharp as can be, ready to see through lies to the truth.
So he's Judge... Judge? Yes.
Although recently, things do seem to be a bit fuzzier than they used to be.
Clearly, his eyes are not the only things that have gone fuzzy.
But allow me to say with all the honor and dignity of a judge, I am not mistaken in what I saw.
When he was about to exit the restroom, I was about to exit the restroom. His name is Judge Judger J. Judgington Esquire. I like it. That's his official name. He had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty. Hold on. Let's press that.
Oh, thank you for the pets. Yay.
He disappeared. But Your Honor, didn't you just say I saw the detective buying something from vending machines?
Well, yes, I did. The restroom window looks over the courtyard and right into the hallway. But just as I was about to exit, I took another look and there was no one in sight. ... That led me to the only solution to this mystery. That detective must have gone into the crime scene lobby number 2 at that point! Sorry, I sat on attack.
So he looked into the hallway from the restroom and over the courtyard, did he?
Or more appropriate, it was an attack. I stepped on a Lego. Who's leaving them around the courtroom? Seriously, pick up your Legos. Oh wait, they're mine.
Alright, we should have some evidence here. Perhaps the bench?
Objection!
This man needs his meds quick.
What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony?
Huh. If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. According to sources, he is only ever identified as the Honorable Judge. I prefer Judge Judger J. Judgington Esquire. Let's add a junior to that. Judge Judger J. Judgington Jr. Esquire. Say that 10 times fast. For example, I myself never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by.
Miles Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life.
This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me.
What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is the culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness! Guilty, I say! Hang them!
If you must know, the uncouth bench sullier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor.
Oh? That's good, but who was it?
We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
Not happy with committing just murder, he had to go and dirty the courthouse too? Guilty!
Your Honor, please calm down. Well, it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench. Alvin, how you doing? Welcome on in. We have not yet established that the action is related to the double murder.
What do you mean?
I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. Yep, that would do it. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints proved my conclusions to be true.
Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom?
It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Franziska herself was unable to see out of that window. Whoops!
No!
I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom.
Then...
It seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window... Yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight.
What?
Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hold it. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. I've always wanted to. Here, let me try that again. Hold it!
Take it easy, Psycho Fox. Thank you for being here. Is there something of value that you'd like to say?
Yes, actually, there is. I remembered something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time.
Even if we overruled him, he would just keep on talking, wouldn't he?
That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right? One more time, with feeling, with the judge. Seriously, Judge is just too lovable.
I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that a detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot.
Oh, we already know what that is.
Yeah. How is that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others.
Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time?
I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words.
I'm sorry. But honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until just now.
Now that he mentions it, right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that.
Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson.
The most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway, and whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. With my horse Cropinator. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. Super Sahama! How you doing? Welcome on in. How's it going? What I Saw, Part 2, the sequel. Suppose it's possible. Okay, that's fine. However, doesn't mean the detective was sitting. Okay, yeah. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier. Probably one more detail. Let's go with this. Reboodle? Oh, no. Super Sam, I'm doing well. How about you? How's it going? Your Honor, about what you just said.
I know, I couldn't believe it either. Bang! Went to gunshot, I heard loud, and then a knee-jerk reaction. I jumped up like this. Yes, just like this. With a quick Arr!
Your Honor, please remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Now then, I must gather myself. Yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I should know. I looked.
Talks like a Speed Racer cartoon.
There was no one there!
This judge's emotion circuits appear to be stuck on overreact.
At this point, nothing stands out to me as a contradiction in his testimony.
Francisco, if I'm correct, this testimony is hardly precision quality.
I know that, and that's why I said at this point.
I think my first line of attack will be to draw more information from His Honor. But where? I'm as troublesome when I'm running errands. Oh, Ford. Ford! Well, probably the most important detail. Hold it! Let's see here. Let's keep pressing. If it's something that forgettable, I don't need to hear it.
All I did was forget to mention it.
That sort of excuse may work on other people, but not on Avant Karma.
Oh. But it's such an important piece of testimony. Please give me a chance to present it.
I suppose I have no choice in the matter. So he gets into the restroom part, and that's where we... Come on, it's gotta work. It's gotta work! Objection! No, it's too soon. Okay, too soon to pull that card. We gotta wait on that card. Okay, we gotta wait on that card. Let's see, is there anything else we can press? However, that doesn't mean the detective was sitting there when I looked. Xandred the user, thank you for the host. How are you doing? Welcome on in. I hope I got your name right. As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into the hallway? That's right, we need to establish the time first.
After I called for a recess, I handled a change of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened? Yes, that sounds about right.
Just as I expected.
What were you expecting? And I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for.
Skyware Wesky, thank you for the host. How you doing? Welcome on in. Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony. Yes, what's coming to my house in 12 days from Amazon? I couldn't even hazard a guess, Xandrid. What's coming to your house in 12 days?
All right, if you insist. Let's see, I looked into the hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene.
Hold it!
Oculus Quest headset? Very nice. Very nice indeed. 20 minutes before we reconvened. Very well. What did you do after that?
Let's see, I had to make some preparations, so I rushed straight back to the courtroom. I also had to track down a few pages of paperwork for the various bailiffs.
So you rushed back to the courtroom despite having just heard a gunshot?
Well, at the time, I thought it was just the sound of a noise popper. I really couldn't think of any other explanation than someone having a birthday party. But now that this has happened,
I see.
thinking back,
Oh, that is. Thinking back, the judge did mention something to that effect when we reconvened. I got the 128 gigabyte headset to $500. Very nice. That's what we want. We want... Let's see... I don't think we're supposed to present the balloon yet. Let me see. Didn't hear sign of strong. We don't want Detective Gumshoes. What about Detective Bad's testimony? Right before the trial was about to start again. To the hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. Something we need to present here, and I'm not sure what it is. See, I looked into the hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. Heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. Detective Bad's testimony? I mean, we got the health to spare, but at the same time... Not... sure. Maybe... Alright, I'm glad you're excited, Xandrid the user. You don't need to list it all off. It's good, though. I'm just glad you're excited. I want to present Detective Bad's testimony, but I'm worried it's the wrong thing. We have the health to spare, so let's try it.
Objection!
Oh, hey, I was right! You're on.
I cannot allow you to make an objection.
What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection.
Egads, I have been overruled.
Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste.
What do you mean by that?
You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible.
Exclamation mark? Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred von...
Instead of biting your tongue, whatever I just said.
Eek!
I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francisca. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back. With your height, you'd need a stepladder of 4 to accomplish that.
Mr. Edgeworth, my ears are not that far gone, yet I'll have you know I could still hear just fine, and I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears.
Huh. Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad, and according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again.
What did you just say?
Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction?
That can't be!
Unfortunately, that is the truth.
But I heard it clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot.
The sound of the gunshot will keep returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand what the gunshot the judge heard really was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard. Now we present it! Take that! Balloon! I found this object in the hallway earlier. Xander, the Wandering Wolf! How you doing, Xander? Thank you for that host. Welcome on in.
Well, what is that pink substance?
It may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon.
I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record?
Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony.
What?
Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct?
Yes, that's exactly right.
That did it. Let me ask you something. Did you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun?
Exclamation mark!
I think I've said enough that even you can figure the rest out on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot.
What manner of trickery is this?
That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified.
You have to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins.
Well, to be honest, I did think that the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. But who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this?
That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouses. Unless you're at Clown Court. Have you ever been to Clown Court? You don't want to be at Clown Court. You don't ever want to go to Clown Court. Never again. No, he wasn't. He heard it at the time of the real murder, I think. I guess we'll figure that out. Clown Court. I want to trade these coins with you. Because Ronald McDonald didn't fix the soft serve machine.
Order in the court!
And the judge's mallet is one of those squeaky mallets.
Order in the court! The case of Ronald McDonald and the broken soft serve machine is now in session. Mr. McDonald, your testimony, please.
And it's the same judge, but he's wearing clown makeup. Help. That's it. That balloon that girl was holding explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. We don't have the soft serve machine fixed yet, Foxflower, and why? Because Ronald McDonald refuses to fix the darn thing. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy.
Who knew that giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do? What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released.
Wait. There are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe.
But why? I thought we just cleared his name.
Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway.
Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom.
I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. September 10th, District Court, courtroom number 3.
What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal, I didn't do it.
I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe.
No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that.
No, I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental?
6 more days to my birthday in the game.
Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part.
Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime.
I guess so. What are you guys talking about?
In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you were on guard duty. And please remember you are not on trial. This is all just a part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony...
Yo!
My whip will object loud and clear.
If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood?
I got you, pal.
Thinking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case.
Welcome back, Savage.
Going up against Gumshoe this time. That's different.
I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2.
CEC Furry, welcome on in. How are you doing? My day's going well. How about yourself?
From that time on until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal.
He's still singing the same tired tune.
In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying. It's time I pulled the information I need out of him. He needs to confess that he was with Kay Faraday. Okay, that's fine. So you got there, that's fine. Until I was in the hole. Press that. You claim to have been in that hallway the whole time. However, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway?
Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else?
Very well then. And what exactly does guarding that door entail?
Well, to put it simply, oh, I know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch.
Oh? Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of?
You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to.
Oh, that whip is ready. Look at that face. Look at that face and that writing crop. She is ready. Shadow Yin 15, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Fox Den. She is ready to just let him have it. I don't think the judge is buying it either. Nope. No. Is anybody in chat even buying this? Nobody in chat's buying this either. Everybody is typing ellipses in chat right now, I guarantee it. That's my face preparing a boo pun? Oh no. Why? I found you in my recommended. Well, welcome on in. How you doing? Ellipses. See, Xylanth, Luca Fox, Savage. Yeah, nobody's buying this.
Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden?
Because we are all in shock. Not at $6, I'm not. And in awe of your utter stupidity.
Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one.
Colton Ray! How you doing? Several people are typing. How you doing, Colton? What's new? Welcome on in.
Ouch! But I'm not lying.
I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close. Guess what? You're on the bench. You look really cool. Your face rig gives me country vibes. I'm actually a street thief. Plot. I hardly paying attention. What's happening? So we're 7 years in the past. We're having a flashback within a flashback. And I'm listening to the story here, and we're all listening to Edgeworth's story about how in 7 years ago, and then also 2 days ago from the present, he's been on this case involving some sort of international smuggling ring and evil organization. I have an objection. Fox, your class is rogue, and that's awesome. Yay!
What is it, pal?
You know, Ford, it's a good thing you're not Aussie. Ford Falcon Hasky would get kind of confusing. Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere.
Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal?
Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench.
Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that. Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like that.
You inconsiderate, slovenly pig!
I promise to clean it up later, I swear.
Now then, shall we get down to business to defeat the Hun? About the fact that you didn't move even a single step from in front of that door. If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls?
Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands?
Yo!
It appears that Francisca's whip can do more damage than my words alone can.
Alright, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job, so I didn't want to say anything. Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for. You got that because I'm not holding anything else back.
That last statement. It may sound like it makes sense. However, there is something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us?
Huh? Of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, pal.
Oh, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe.
But it is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else.
Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you are aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct?
Huh? Remind me again, pal.
That vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack.
And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Now that I think about it, when I see the fedora, I imagine you singing the following song. Annie, are you... Gosh. Isn't that right? Ooh, I think he's gonna puke. Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase the pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that?
I told you I bought it by myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me, so there's no one who could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You've got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you?
Correct.
As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, you do?
Of course I do.
What? How?
What proof do I have that there must have been someone else there in the hallway? I do believe this balloon. Oh, it's not the balloon. Okay, I know where I went wrong. That would be the Swiss roll that the little girl dropped.
Hey, you showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal.
Imagine if Phoenix Wright was put on trial for overuse of the catchphrase objection. That would be a very easy, one-sided, nonsensical trial. I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls.
Wait, if you didn't buy it, then that means you must have stolen it. You thief!
What? I
I would never do such a thing. All you liars are the same. You start out as thieves. You're under arrest, pal.
He's on trial and he's putting people on arrest. Ford, how many boo puns are you up to today? Actually, that's a good question. Ford, have you reached your quota yet? I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective? This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone.
Oh.
There were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them. But you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you? Boo, too many? Oh dear.
No way, pal! You've got it all wrong! I ate both of them!
Not this time, little one. It would appear that we've caught you at last.
Hey, don't you dare do anything bad to that girl!
It would appear that they do know each other after all. So, why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow?
I have a name and it's K.
K what?
K Faraday.
Faraday. Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter?
I'm not a you, I'm K.
K. You know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave a big nasty bruises like the way you do.
Well, then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister.
Gummy?
My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe.
What a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
It appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail.
Rawr!
Joe Fox Zero, how you doing? Oh, she's adorable. Oh wow, this is the first time you can walk around the courtroom. Now then, Kay. Oh my gosh, she's hissing at him!
She's like a stray cat.
I wonder if I should feed her something. Good thing we've got an extra Swiss roll on hand.
Take that.
Okay, I promise to give you this. I promise to give this to you if you calm down. Who hissed? Little K! Little K Faraday! Her persona is a cat confirmed.
Oh, a Swiss roll?
It really belongs to you though, doesn't it?
Yeah. I was saving it for Daddy.
Oh dear. Uh-oh.
Oh my.
Your father. He's...
Don't you say another word, pal! She doesn't know yet!
Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But... I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking about how Daddy's... he's not here anymore.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him.
Okay.
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna... cry!
Oh, this smuggling ring is gonna pay big time when I get my claws on him. It's alright. Let it all out. Your father just passed away after all. I myself was also involved in the case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me. This child. I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us.
Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry?
Ah, you're right. Sorry about that. Okay. Here, how about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes?
Oh.
Oh gosh, no! You weren't supposed to do that with it! Oh no! It's a honk sound! Oh gosh! No! My cravat! Don't blow your nose on that! Oh gosh! Big Sid, how you doing? KK Raccoon, welcome on in! Hi! Oh jeez. I feel better now. Thanks. Oh gosh, get it washed. Oh wait, no, she keeps it because in the present she gives it back to him at the amusement park. Trip, welcome back. Okay, are you going to be all right? Yep, I'm already all right. Somehow I highly doubt that, but I'm not going to push it. I promised Daddy I'd never cry in front of strangers.
And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right?
That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still going to keep all my promises. All right, enjoy your shower, Foxy. You're a very brave girl, Kay.
You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry just for you.
Thank you very much, lady.
Huh, it's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all.
It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francisca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Maybe we can get some information that we didn't know from Kay. Kay, what kind of person was your father? Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world. So to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? Suppose we are in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals. Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls. Wait, Kay said she is the new Yatagarasu. Does that mean the murder victim was the Yatagarasu? You think Mackerel was telling the truth and that her dad was the Yatagarasu? Big? And how does the Yatagarasu tie in with the smuggling ring? Perhaps the Yatagarasu, her dad, found out about the smuggling ring and they found out about him and they had to silence him. Kind of like a Lex Luthor finding out who Superman is, or Joker or some gangster finding out who Batman is. Can't have that loose end going on. Time to nuke Wayne Manor! Oh? I want to be a hero of justice someday just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard. I see. And what have you been working hard on? I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I've made together. Aw, she's got a promise journal. A promise notebook? May I take a look inside, Kay? Sure, okay. Appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father. I'm gonna try.
Hey, Kay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero too.
Yeah, you're really cool too, Gummy.
Yeah, aren't I, Kay?
Oh gosh. What is with the two of them?
I hand down verdicts of justice. That makes me a hero too.
Yes, and thanks to your oh-so-heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail.
I'm really sorry about that.
Gummy is not a bad man, okay? That poor judge, he's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay. Yeah, we're friends. In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? Talk about Detective Gumshoe. So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier. Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway, staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi. And when was this? Before everything got crazy. How long were the two of you together? We only talked for a little while, and then we went on our own ways.
That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it.
Oh, which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess, isn't that right?
You got me.
I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister. Very well then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Talk Swiss rolls! Swiss rolls! Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay? Well, I didn't really have a lot of money, and I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But that still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one. Come to think of it, she did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. That's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct? Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister. Sure. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct? Well, that's why...
Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal.
Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest?
Sweet rules.
Yo!
I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question. Sorry about your roughly thing. Mini Banana Man, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Welcome to the Fox Den. Excuse me? Yeah, not keen on that. Thank you, Luca. We're keeping hot topics like that out of this chat. Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus. No politics, please. Thank you. Thank you, Luca. Don't worry, Kay. I have a spare. So here, you can have this one. But Daddy said, never take things from a stranger. Ah, it's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct? Yeah, look, see? It's right here on this page. Bye, Boom Kitty. Kay's promises to Daddy. Promise 1, never take things from a stranger. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. Alright then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. How you doing, KK Raccoon? How's it going? You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me next time we meet. Okay. Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers. Done and done. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Uh-oh. I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with little Kay in that hallway. I told you to stop being mean to Gummy. Woke up from a nap and forgot where I am? Oh no! Well, welcome in, KK Raccoon.
Miles Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve.
I beg your pardon?
You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us.
That's... well... Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake.
Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay.
Ah, so that's why. Was it Colonel Mustard? Still working on that fire cat.
So, what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation.
His reason for lying is very simple.
What?
Here is what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, It's obvious the detective was lying for the young girl's sake, and this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Which piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe was lying on the account of K? Well, we won't be able to lose anything, so was it the Swiss roll? I'm actually not sure. It's either the balloon or Swiss roll.
Take that!
Okay, so it's not the Swiss roll. Don't let me lose anything for it though, which is good. Okay, so it's not the Swiss roll. Is the balloon? Maybe the balloon. If not, then my next guess... Okay, it's not the balloon. Next guess is that he was trying to not tell her that her dad was dead. So I think it might be the murder. I think it might be the murder.
Take that!
It's not that either. Good grief, what is it? Glad we're not losing health on this. This is a big fail right here. So it's not that, it's not that, it's not that. What else is there? I only got 2 pages of these things. Never take things from a stranger. No, never go anywhere with a stranger. Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Kay, be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promises to me, okay? Love, your daddy. Oh. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. The bonus? That might be it. He may have been like, oh no, I got plenty of money.
Take that!
It's not the bonus. Gosh darn it, we're running out of evidence. Maybe it's the promise thing. It's like he didn't want her to break a promise? That's it, the promise. Wheelie Husky! Oof! How you doing, Wheelie? How you feeling today? Mr. Faraday and Kay's promise notebook? How does this explain anything? If you take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. What a foolishly foolish fool's fool of a foolish reason for a fool! Yo! Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you? Because I'm your friend, Kay, that's why. Gummy. At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now? Guess there's no beating you, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. I'd been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry, and that snack vending machine was taunting me. But all the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls. Did my face rig die? No, it's back. Cool. Yeah, but then, like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up. I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll, but I only had about $1 in coins. So we pooled my $5 and her $1 together, and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together. But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said, Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in any trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me, so you didn't really get it from me, you know? He told me it'd be okay, and he gave me a whole roll to save and give to my daddy. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate? Indeed. Detective, I take it that you then sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together. I'm hanging in there? That's good to hear, Wheelie. Also, it's great to see you. Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. Gumshoe's a lovable lug. can say that again, Yalskovich.
The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal.
Anyway. Kay, I believe this also belongs to you. Oh, that's from the balloon I popped.
It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay.
I'm sorry.
Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing the one piece away. It was sitting high up on a windowsill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I forgive you.
But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy. Did I just say balloon? Oh no. I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. Gumshoe, it's so much sweeter than my cup of noodles. And because of me, Gummy dropped this half of the Swiss roll.
Wow, you really got me there, pal.
Why is it that all fictional police detectives in video games seem to share a single brain cell? I don't know, man. It's just funny, I guess. So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other role. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister. So you kicked me, is that it? Plot.
You sure are a feisty one.
I'm really sorry, mister. It's alright. I'm perfectly unharmed. But about this Swiss roll, would it be alright with you if I held on to it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go? My friends both enjoy Ace Attorney and recommend that I play it. Oh, the Ace Attorney series is great. It will tease your brain. It's good stuff. Tropes, obviously. Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay? Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders.
Objection!
Uh-oh. Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean?
It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss Yu.
I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people.
What? How dare you talk back with such insolence?
You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy. Oh, and what have we here? What is a child doing here in a courthouse? Lightning, thank you for the host. Bailiff, please take this child in. What? Miss Callisto, you. That girl's Mr. Faraday's. I know, so what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her, to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right, however. As long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct?
Yeah, but...
You see? Isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He is the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. Ah! I have no counter-argument to that. Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest. But the investigation is far from over. Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard? I suppose it is. Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence.
Oh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma.
Down, Tigress. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation. Nova the Wolf Puppy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Fox Den. How are you doing? Welcome on in. So,
we're back to square one.
Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all the circumstantial evidence. The investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime. Lobby number 1. Alright, checking my time here. Let me see. Do we have time to keep going before we change over to something else? Let me see here. Let me see. Depends on what is coming up next. September 10th, 5:45 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 1. I need more? Okay, I'll keep going. I'll keep going. Lord Zagrum wants it. In fact, I'm gonna take a 2-second break just to get a swig of water. Because, you know, after reading this much, your voice kinda dries out. But cars. We'll see if we can make it through, Avian. Maybe we can hit another to be continued or something. It's all good. Thick plot? Oh, very thick plot. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent?
It smells like flowers.
Uncle Bad, is this it? Hylian! Welcome on in! How you doing? Isn't that Detective Bad and Kay over there?
It looks like she managed to escape the bailiff. No, that's not quite it.
Perfume? Oh, too bad, but it's so pretty. Eating some Red Robin? Nice.
I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it.
Thanks, I'll treasure it always. Those two seem to get along rather well.
Oh, here. I've got something else for you.
Yay! Thank you, Uncle Bad. Earlier, I ate one of these with Gummy.
Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe.
Gummy is... He was trying to be nice to me because I was gonna get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy. I know he didn't kill Daddy.
Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying.
I'm not crying. Okay. Oh, it's the mister from before and the lady too. Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being? Is the Uncle Bad voice Solid Snake? Yes.
You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do.
Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant, so I'm related to the investigation. Is that so, Detective Bad?
Yeah, I guess. What? You were just scolding us like kids to not to mess up the crime scene, and now you let this child run free? Why? People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. You also had a few things she wanted to look into. Got a problem with that?
Liquid Vision! Thank you for the 500 biddies! Time to liven up the place. Welcome on in, Liquid. Thank you so much for the 500 biddies. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. How you doing? How's life? Hope it's been treating you well. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm curious as to what Miss Yu is looking into. Uncle Bad, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay?
All right, I'm counting on you.
Oh, that's right. Hey, mister. Yes, what is it? I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So, please, find the real bad guy, okay? I won't forgive whoever did this. But in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there's no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. You're doing good? Fantastic, Liquid Vision. Fantastic. She wandered off while I was pondering. Alright. This is the only place left that could have a clue that could tell us who the real culprit is. I can see down into the courthouse courtyard from here.
What is that mess supposed to be? It's like an optical illusion.
I believe it's supposed to be postmodern in design.
More like thoughtlessness in design.
I can't disagree there. This confirmed! The Von Karmas and Miles do not like pop art. One of the windows in this lobby is open as well. The air conditioner is working just fine in this room, so why did they open it, I wonder? That's a good question. If the AC is on, why the heck is the window open? That's odd. Detective Bat, what exactly was Kay searching for?
Nothing that concerns you, boy. Oh, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay. It does, because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point.
All that good AC just out the window.
I don't have time to waste.
It sounds like he'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again.
I don't have anything to say to you.
Hey, Ming Wolfer, how you doing, Ming? Welcome on in. Long time no see. Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permeating the room? I'm doing well, Ming Wolfer. I'm doing pretty well. Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate.
I don't have time to waste. I'm trying to be stealthy here, but I'm dummy thick. It's that ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself.
Callisto Yu spilled perfume?
I didn't think twice and opened the window, but that smell's still here.
Sorry for not being here on Twitch for a while, some problems. Oh, I'm sorry, Ming. Hopefully that's getting sorted out. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Perfume, huh? So the sweet scent in the air is perfume.
Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap no-name brand. She said it's a famous brand from overseas.
Whoops.
It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff.
How to get out of a conversation you screwed up in one easy step.
No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it. I was born for a much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold on to the bottle without fail.
Why can't she ever be honest Why can't she ever be honest about her wants? That's an evidence for a reason. So now we have the perfume Miss Yu wears. Just fantastic. In conclusion, they put Microsoft Family, parental control. They could see every Sunday how much time I spend on the phone and laptop, how much time I spend on the websites. Oh, okay. What a messy heckin' burger. You got a messy burger over there? You gonna share it with the rest of the court?
Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm going back to investigating.
Actually, I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about. During the recess. So they found out one more time to see I'm talking first. They want to leave the... Oh, gosh. I'm sorry you have to put up with that. I get it. Some folks just don't get it. Some folks just refuse to get it. It's not even like a bad thing. Being a furry is like a hobby or a brand. Phantom Thief, how you doing? I'm doing well. We're just continuing a case here. So you were in this room the entire recess. And not only that, they want... Oh, jeez. Yeah, let's just take away... Just take away free will, right? Oh, boy. Yeah. I just want to let you know, fun fact for anybody who hasn't read my Twitter bio, I am a Christian, and I find anybody who tells anyone you can't do that, that's, you know, the word can't, no, okay? No. That's not how you, that is not how you're gonna, that's not how I'd raise my kid. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I'm sorry you have to put up with that, Ming. I'm sorry. Oh, I know Xylens. I know. I'm just expositing, basically. Putting in my 2 cents. But yeah. No. Everybody has a choice. Everybody has free will. And if you're Christian, you would know that God gave us the ability to choose. So there you go. And if you're told you can't choose, you're going against his free will. So yeah. That's my 2 cents. That's my 2 cents. Right there.
Yeah, like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here. At least your story is consistent.
Earlier, you stated that you were in the lobby with Miss Yu.
Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so I came in here.
Then, what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in 2 different locations? Oh gosh. Doesn't the teaching also say love thy neighbor? Yeah, a lot of Christians are hateful, a bit hypocritical. Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of people out there who claim to be Christian and they just spout nothing but hate. There's no understanding. There's no sign of I care about you, regardless of what path you are on in life. And I'm sorry, but if you are attacking people because they're on a different route than you, then you are doing the opposite of what Christ would have wanted you to do. So, bit of a logic loop there, guys. Not good. Not good. My lifestyle was controlled by it's my life furry or my friends, and I can practice my English because I speak Spanish. Oh, try to move to the USA living here? Find a job, career, trying to live with my bro furry. Oh, okay. Yeah, well hopefully you'll have a chance to move. Hopefully you'll have a chance to move in the future. I'm sorry you have to get kind of like pushed around like that. I hope everything will be okay. I hope you'll have a chance to move for sure. So, we've now confirmed that Miss Yu, Callisto Yu, and Detective Bad were in 2 different locations at one point.
Yes, I am.
Interesting.
Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you. Oof.
I want to hear Solid Snake say that.
Oof.
Let's see. Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the KG-8 incident. And as I recall, Detective Bad was the lead detective on the case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard CC, but because you were the lead detective on the case.
You knew?
I mean, it wasn't hard to figure out there, Detective Bad. I always know what today's trial involving... I also knew that today's trial involving the Gaddafian embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG-8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me and told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday and the KG-8 incident.
If you already know that much, I guess it'd be alright to tell you.
So I guess I have a accreditation to go to the USA and study at Southern... Ming, you should totally do that! You should totally do that. That would be great. If you can, you know, if you can swing it, you should totally do that. That is awesome. I hope you get the chance. I heard of Ford? Yes, you did. But I need to finish my career? Well, hopefully you can, and then off you go. Better horizons. Yeah, see, there's a Ford peeking in right there. You see him? You see the Ford peeking in? That's a Ford right there. That's a Ford Fusion Husky right there. And now everybody in my neighborhood is blasting fireworks. It's July 3rd! Gosh. And probably can do a post-grad there. Ming, I wish you all the luck. I really do. I hope everything works out. Sorry, I'm looking at all the nudes being typed. Hey America, you're a day early. Yeah, tonight's July 4th Eve. This is the night when you're supposed to put milk and cookies out for Captain America. And then Captain America will come visit your house, and then when he's all filled up with cookies and milk that are really delicious, he'll go out and punch fascists for you. That's how it works! So everybody in the States, please don't forget to put out cookies and milk for Captain America. It's very, very important. Very important. Yay, America. Anyway, let's get on with this stuff. Hey, we like big boom. Oh no. Need to have a green card to try to live there for the rest of my life. Well, one step at a time, Ming. One step at a time. Just keep in mind that the cookies have to be the colors of red, blue, and white. Very true. They have to be patriotic cookies. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG-8 incident.
It's not exactly a happy story. Other than the people who were directly involved. You two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell. Guys, we're about to hear secrets.
Oh, it's a lollipop! He wasn't smoking, he was... I'm gonna refrain from making that next joke. And I'll give you all the cookies, Fedora. Yum, I like cookies. Come on. Uh-oh, Luca wants to hear it. Go on. He wasn't smoking, he was sucking. I'm just gonna go away now.
The honest truth behind the KG-8 incident. Faraday, you and I, as you already know, we three were involved with the KG-8 incident. Faraday and I were originally on the trail of the smuggling ring.
You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Amano Group's secretaries?
That trial was just a front.
A facade? I like synonyms.
Yeah, but the case became tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring, CCU, was killed.
Then what became of the secretary who was arrested?
His name was Colin Deveray. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring.
I have to go, I have to work to do and try to sleep. Oh, okay, Ming, yeah, go get some sleep. Have a good one. Thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it.
Yeah, but he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Deveray was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat.
Tovan, welcome back! The boss man of the Amano group? He can't seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano. Oh, don't worry, Edgeworth. You'll figure it out in about 7 years. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. Yeah, right. I knew the poor old guy had to have been framed. Oh yeah, he was definitely framed by Amano in the smuggling ring. But Amano is not the leader of the smuggling ring. Amano is the money of the smuggling ring. So let's review what we know. Portsman was their agent in the prosecutor business. So Portsman could make sure trials get dismissed. He could fake evidence, he could steal evidence, hide evidence, you name it. Could also get evidence for the smuggling ring so they could keep in business and know what their opponents are thinking. So Portsman covered for them. Cammy Meal was the one forging papers so that they could go back and forth between specific countries so they could get fake art in, so they could smuggle their counterfeit art in. And then Ernest Amano, like I just said, was the money providing enough capital so that they could keep their operation running. So that just leaves the big boss. Who's behind it all? What is he trying to do, suspecting Mr. Amano of being involved with smuggling? I suppose it wouldn't have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed. But the man who killed CCU, Manny Cochin, was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder... Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go? My guess is Gant. What was the question again? I think you're on the wrong game, but that's okay. If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him.
That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, Cece, I was supposed to protect them both.
Miss Yu did mention that as well, about how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister.
But even I was supposed to protect them. I fell into their trap. What kind of a trap? The holes in this jacket are a testament to that trap.
Oh, crap. Did he get shot at? You mean... you were fired upon?
You were shot at that many times in one gunfight? No. Only about half of these are from that case.
Oh, he's been a detective for a long time.
But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself.
Take it easy, Ming. Have a good one.
Of the lessons I learned from the KG-8 incident.
Wow, this smuggling ring is no joke. I see.
I couldn't protect CCU, and the suspect was found not guilty. We had hit a brick wall, as far as the law was concerned. And that's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu.
Wow. Okay, Ford. Just open a box and it's just Keith with a smug face. This is what we're smuggling into the country, boss. Gosh. About when you first met Miss Yu. It was on the day the verdict of the KG-8 incident was handed down, was it not?
Yes, Faraday and I. We apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do. But just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said.
Should I send Ford to the corner for that? Nah. Ford would just find a way to turn the corner into his personal boo corner.
And then she gave me a hard slap across the face. Well, she certainly had a lot of self-control to stop at just a slap. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been a punishment enough. I suppose not. You said it herself. That she never wanted to see either of us again.
But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct?
Yeah, Faraday and I, even after the KG-8 incident had come to a close. We continued to hunt down the smuggling ring and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases. But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring.
Well, back to square one. Is the ring really that big? I don't know, Jim. Let's go to the ring experts and find out. Yeah, Bob, we're looking at the size of the ring here, and, yeah, gonna need a couple helicopters to lift that up. It's really just one giant human ring. It's like a bunch of guys holding hands. Yeah, it's pretty big. It's a pretty big ring. One day he's gonna pull out a firearm instead of a mirror. Oh, no.
It was in the pursuit of the ring that we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor, and I, as the lead detective, took to the witness stand. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Her client was related to the smuggling ring, and she was
Oh, that's Edgeworth. Her client was related to the smuggling ring, and she was defending them? That's bizarre. If she's so mad at her sister getting bumped off by the smuggling ring, why is she defending them?
Yeah. Yu was pursuing the ring as best she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time for the same reason.
Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to the same effect. I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG-8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Don't put words in my mouth, I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rel was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to.
It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable.
You're so naive, little girl. I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are.
Dang! Dang! Hold on, that deserves something. That deserves, where did I put it? There you go. Got it. Dang! Burn, yeah, huge burn.
How dare you insult the daughter of Avant Karma?
Just like us, you felt that she had hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all.
The law is merely a tool. There is no limit to it, only the skill of the craftsman.
You two are still too young, but one day you'll know what I mean. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all.
This is a lot of exposition, not gonna lie, game. So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay fairly well.
I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor, known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I, we cracked quite a few cases together.
But you two seem to have made no progress at all in the Yatagarasu case.
Did we touch a nerve?
I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial. To prove that Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time, to prove or disprove the accusation, but
but I guess I won't be doing that either.
I sense that there's more to that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatagarasu is what's necessary. Oh, Yatagarasu! You claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me?
What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rel.
I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatagarasu.
What?
The KG-8 incident and this second KG-8 incident. Both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring. And in both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ, and that is the presence or absence of the great thief Yatagarasu. Interesting. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yatagarasu. However, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatagarasu. Then, during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd? Miles Edgeworth, stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already! Welcome back, Xylanth. I believe that there must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the Yatagarasu were both killed at the same time.
A reason, huh?
And so in order to catch Mr. Faraday's and Mr. Rel's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatagarasu.
If it will help you solve this case, then I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason why we've never caught the Yatagarasu.
What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident. No! It still accidentally whipped me anyway.
There are three main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever.
I see. So those are the Yatagarasu's special traits.
Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief. The Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real Yatagarasu right away.
So the Yatagarasu is not a killing vigilante. He, she, or they is just a more like a Batman type. If they can prove the guilt of the bad guy and bring them to justice, they will by sneaking in, stealing the evidence, and getting out.
But you can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't. Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking yet. What's the difference about this time? What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police, and the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kudapian embassy, the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu sent the evidence?
Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media, but not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others, knew about.
Or in this case, Birdman! In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Yatagarasu who sent it?
That's easy. A special card that only the Yatagarasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure.
And just what sort of card is it?
Here, take a look at this article. Whenever the Yatagarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
Ah, and that's how Detective Bad knew that Mr. Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the Yatagarasu now.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes?
His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir.
Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you?
Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive.
I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself. And to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty. September 10th, District Court, courtroom number 3.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
It appears that His Honor is still a bit dispirited.
For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony.
Will! I'm doing well. How about yourself? Welcome on in.
Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict.
Francisca, there is no need to further depress His Honor.
But I'm not trying to, Miles.
Your Honor. Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor, the evidence... Is he okay? Your Honor!
Oh, you! Yes, can I help you?
Okay, you know what? Everybody in chat, face pause. Everybody's got my emotes, face pause, right now. Just spam them. Just spam them. I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir.
Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Saboops.
And I would, except that the defense attorney has yet to arrive.
She is busy with the investigation, so let's keep this brief, shall we?
Saboops.
Very well, in that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Miss Farrell are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation into their case.
Understood, Your Honor. The pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding the case.
More of Saboops.
You're gonna make me a burger sandwich? And maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth.
I've placed all the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you.
I see. Thank you very much. I will go and confirm that they are all accounted for. Alright, let's check it out. I mean, we already know what evidence we got. So this is the evidence related to today's Kudapian embassy trial from Mr. Faraday's bag.
You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby number 2, right?
Yes, finally we can now take a look at the evidence itself and not just data about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time.
Agreed. I want to take a good look at all the evidence.
Speak right, Fox. Speak right.
I want to take a good look at all the evidence from the embassy murder, too.
Aw, thank you for the hug, Foxy. And why is that?
Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about.
Ugh, oh my gosh. Can we have a face pause for, Miss Von Karma over here? Don't point your crop at me just because you don't know something.
And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today.
See, someone is still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma. It's also real to see the knife up close. So, we have the knife, the gun, and envelope. And what's this organizer doing here?
Oh, that's right. I completely forgot to tell you.
Thanks, Judge.
What?
About what, Your Honor?
They found Mrs. Faraday's personal organizer inside that evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested it be passed along to you, who said it would help the investigation.
Detective Bad said that? Huh. Did Detective Bad have a change of heart about Edgeworth?
What a strange stroke of luck.
I'll never look a gift horse in the mouth. Might as well flip through it too. Let's take a look at that organizer, guys. Take a quick look through these documents before the trial started.
Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it.
I suppose I should explain it to you then.
Yes, you should, perfectly, and in its entirety, if you please.
On the night of September 8th, the embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. Mr. Dead Man. Yes, we know that part. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. That's a very good shot. Ow. Macrel was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned. Because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot.
A simpleton of a man, that's what he was.
Perhaps he was, but the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence we had. Mr. L was caught in the act on film by a security camera.
He was an even bigger simpleton than I'd thought. I can't believe he didn't notice a security camera.
The Kadapian Embassy's security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area.
So, have you seen the contents of the video for yourself?
Yes, the surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. Have a good one, Ming! You can clearly identify Mr. Rel on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear.
So the footage included sound, huh? I don't think I'd ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life.
Me neither. Okay. It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday.
Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act?
It's never crossed your mind that you use your riding crop for the wrong purpose? Mr. Faraday's organizer. It appears he was in the habit of using it.
It looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Rel convicted down in here.
Well, this is interesting. I have collected the evidence I need to prove that Rel was the killer. Between the handgun Rel had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. Ooh, this might be interesting. It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rel was the killer in the case. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rel is not the real Yatagarasu. And it would also appear that he had proof that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. Hey, thank you for the 5 biddies, Lord Zagrum. I appreciate that. Aw, thank you for the love. Oh, shoot. Koel, it's all good. Thank you for popping in. Have a good one. And he apparently also had a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. I hope this will finally bring it to an end. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared to discredit any claim Mr. Rel may have made about being the real Yatagarasu.
And he had the way to prove that Mr. Rel was the guilty party in the embassy murder.
Lady Octopus, welcome on in! TimboTube! How you doing? Welcome on in. Good to see you. This organizer's a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. Wait, he said he had the Yatagarasu's key. What is the Yatagarasu's key?
Look, there's a picture stuck between these pages here.
It appears to be a key.
And a rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle.
The craftsmanship is superb. Could this be the Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer?
The Yatagarasu's key?
Detective Bad said something earlier.
Yeah, what's different about this time was that the evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police, and the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kadapian embassy, the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu sent the evidence?
Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media, but not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others, knew about.
Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep this secret key safe.
As the prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. So wait a minute. Where's the key then? It wasn't in the bag. Seto Kaiba? Actually going for Solid Snake, but hey, close enough, right? So wait, we have the key. We don't have the key. What happened to the key? Sparky Dolph, how you doing? You got a box of different color fedoras? That is cool. That's odd.
What is it?
Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer. Oh. The key is the knife. The key is the knife. It transforms. It's a trick knife. Or the knife is the key. Yeah, that too. Here, take them, gotta run. Okay, Sparky.
That certainly is odd.
He had a knife day. Ugh. The weapon that was used just killed the Kadapian embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from?
Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rell. That's the only logical conclusion, right?
No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside.
In that case, how do you suppose this knife ended up inside the courthouse?
I need to think carefully here. There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there's one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. So in order to resolve this mystery, I believe I will need to take another good look at the evidence.
Miles Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me?
Actually, I do know the answer, Francisca.
What? Then what is it?
One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret of its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse. So do we have...
Take that!
This Yatagrasu key Mr. Faraday mentions in the organizer.
The Toxic Falf and Scalagrim!
Toxic Fall, thank you for the host, Scalagrim.
How you doing? Welcome on in.
This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse.
You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth.
You just need to look a bit closer, Francisca, to see what I mean. Don't the color and ornamentation of the key's handle remind you of anything?
They do remind me of the knife.
Fox, today was absolutely amazing. Sorry I missed almost all your stream, though. It's okay, Scalag. Welcome on in regardless. Very good. Both the Yatagrasu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatagrasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife.
You don't seriously mean to say...
It appears that you finally caught up. And yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are in fact one and the same.
But that's impossible!
Even if that is what you believe, you should still investigate this possibility.
Yeah.
Now then, let us examine this knife in a little more detail. Oh. Oh. Huh? Oh! Button, who's got the button?
I can't believe it turned into a key! To think there was such a trick to this thing!
So the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key the Yatagrasu stole. But this piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up until now. Bingo, bingo, bingo!
Frankly, I'm shocked.
Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was hiding a knife blade inside. But then who would have known?
But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday.
Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning that the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place. The great thief Yatagarasu. Would you say this is a key piece of evidence? Yes. I don't know why I'm not in the Discord. I swear I was in it. That's weird. Either way, welcome back, Toxifalth.
Then maybe Mr. Rel really was the Yatagarasu. And he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario?
No, not really. Especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bad said earlier.
Yeah, but when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. I see. Alright then, I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else, and that person is the real Yatagarasu.
It seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case. Hey! Lord Zagan was right. Alright, so now we have the knife/key combo. And of course we have the gun. This gun, it was originally used to kill the Kadapian Embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rel still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest.
And then this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic.
Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. That's odd. Or short one piece of evidence. And the piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in— Yeah, where's the video? That's weird.
The surveillance video?
Oof! Hi, Hammerman.
How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go?
A video showing the movement in which Mr. Rel committed the murder. Where could it have gone indeed? What's that in your hand? A key! Wait, a knife! No!
Are you done with your inspection of the evidence?
Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I am missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence.
Your Honor, were you derelict in your duties?
What? No, I dare not lick my duties. What do you take me for?
Help. Help. No, Your Honor, the most important piece of evidence in today's trial. The surveillance video is not amongst the evidence you laid out for me.
Hashtag, But I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the scene of the crime?
There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I will have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime, defendant lobby number 2. Wait, who's that? Who's that? Who's that guy? Hi? That's Detective Bad. But who is he with?
I've never seen that officer before.
Wait, is that Lang? The werewolf?
So did you find it? No, not yet, and I've looked everywhere. I see. Well then, please continue with the search. Understood. I'll continue the search.
So you're the one running the show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes. How dare you? Just who do you think you are? Heck, that was Lang. What was that all about? And who was that man just now?
Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life.
Looks like Lang's been around the block. Does he even know that we're standing right here behind him? Evidence of a fur pile.
I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want?
kids. It looks like you were paying attention after all.
Yeah, that's what the mirror's probably for, to watch his back.
Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head.
Ah, so that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. Nope! That's a very smart detective. It's like, if anybody tries to sneak up behind me and shoot me, I can see you! It's for him to keep an eye out on who or what is behind him at all times. So tell me, Detective Bad, who was that rude man just now?
The guy came here from the Republic of Zhangfa to study. He's Agent Lang.
Yep, it was the werewolf.
He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch.
By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication.
He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him.
Yeah, he's not a very good cop.
Yeesh.
Just another bad apple in the bunch.
The guy's more useful than Gumshoe, even if he is rude. Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time.
I agree, however, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bat?
Earlier, that little girl was poking around in lobby number 1 as well. Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you.
I highly doubt that. It has nothing to do with me. Fine. If this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him. I have a theory. I think I know where the missing tape is.
Saboops. This is one tiny TV.
Detective Gumshoe was rather shocked at this and said it is huge compared to his own.
Ha! Anything you compare with something he owns will always seem grandiose.
Speaking of grandiose, I'd say that ego of yours could use a little deflating. No! Edgeworth! Check the VCR! Check the VCR! Oh, never mind. I suppose it's impossible to enter or exit through these windows thanks to these bars. Didn't want to talk about the windows. We know about the windows. Talk to Detective Man. Earlier we were in lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2. You're quite the busy man, Detective Bat.
Multiple returns to a crime scene brings about success. That's what we detectives say.
Did Francisca call Gumshoe poor? Yeah. Yeah, he did. Or she did. Considering that he's quite poor, he only gets like $5 per paycheck. Pardon me as I stretch. I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked about what happened again, correct?
I don't have anything left to say to you, boy.
Boy? You'll see. I will draw my answer from you one way or another.
Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in your investigation?
I know. This guy is like, one moment he's like, yeah, sure, I'll help you. The next moment he's like, nah, you kids, get out of here.
I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think?
Ah! Please, we are asking you for just a bit more of your cooperation. He does like his ramen noodles, that is true.
Don't push me, kid.
Time in the murder, once more, with feeling. I'd like to ask once again about what happened around here at the time of the crime.
I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about? Things you don't know about? But aren't you supposed to know everything?
You should. Wait, is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to getting some answers from Detective Bad. Hey, yo, Detective Man! I want to show you something really cool! Detective Bad, did you know of the existence of the item in this photograph?
Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case.
In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and this Yatagarasu's key are one and the same?
What? That's impossible.
It looks like he didn't know after all. This piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct?
I guess so.
However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was, in fact, a knife.
Yeah, I have to admit, neither one of us knew that fact.
And if neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either.
How did we miss something as big as this?
I noticed that since a little while ago you appeared to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you were searching for?
Yeah, that's right.
And why were you searching for it?
Because I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life?
Detective Bad, so that we may find the truth, please testify for me once more.
All right, but it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change.
Time of the murder, once more with feeling, Detective. Detective Bad, I ask that you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1.
My answer is still the same, and this is the last time I'm going to do this.
That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up and find the truth behind this case. Ooh, is this it?
I was in lobby number 1, talking with you. Not you, the other you. You know what I mean. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together.
Anybody got any takers for who the murderer is? Who killed Faraday and Rel? Who killed Faraday and Rel? I think we've got our suspects. It's gonna come down. Fox killed them. What are you talking about? I didn't. No, I'm not even here. This is 7 years in the past. It's John Cena. Do 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 do.
When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran into lobby number 2.
Jeez, that scream. Sorry, just paying homage to the actual meme.
It sounds like the exact same story he told us before.
Shouldn't have had the volume high. Oh no, Luca, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Luca. Indeed. However, I feel that we have yet to draw out all the information that we can. Okay, I was in lobby number 1 talking with you. I think I figured it out. Who do you suspect? I'll tell you if your suspects contain the killer if you want. Nah, I think I'm okay. Hold on. We were talking about some trivial things. Heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. Okay.
Hold it!
And why did the two of you dash out into the hallway straight away?
Because we clearly heard the sound of a gunshot, and we knew it came from somewhere nearby.
And how did you know that it was a gunshot?
In my line of work, you hear enough of them to know.
Well, it's only natural for a detective to know what a real gunshot sounds like.
But given the circumstances, the only person I could think of whose life would have been in danger was Faraday. That's why I ran out into the hallway right away and headed for where he was.
Keep pressing. We've got to press something out of him. Detective Gumshoe was there in the hallway?
Yeah.
Why didn't you attest to that earlier?
When I saw Gumshoe was after I heard the gunshot. Having seen him then didn't change the fact that he still could have done the deed.
Ugh. It sounds exactly like what Detective Bad told us before. However, is there something in particular we should be asking the detective about? There just might be. No one knew about the knife. No one knew that the knife is actually the Yatagarasu's key. Reflecting on that, perhaps there are other things that we know now, but Detective Bad doesn't yet. Yes, that should be my angle of attack. Considering that there are things Detective Bad didn't know, there can only be one person responsible for the murder. Oh my... But how does that make sense? We'll have to think about that. I think I know who did it. Lobby number 1 talking with you.
Hold it.
Why did Miss Yu choose lobby number 1? Answer me!
Who knows?
She just said that she wanted to talk. She just said that she had something she wanted to talk to me about. And we walked into lobby number 1 together. That's all. The answer remains the same as before. Oh, thank you for the hug, Giga Master. Okay, we're talking about some trivial things. Heard the gunshot. Heard it. You and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. Okay, we pressed those two. The real Demency, thank you for the lurk. The gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. Talked about that, right? Heard it. What's the evidence available? A lot of evidence, actually. You and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, so we pressed that. We pressed that. And we pressed that. We were talking about some trivial things. Did we press this? I was hoping you could expand on what exactly you were discussing with Miss Yu.
Trivial stuff. It was nothing important.
That's for me to decide. Oh gosh, it's a staring contest. Everybody, stare. Crap, I'm blinking, aren't I? Also, Fisk, how are you doing? Alright, I suppose that's for me to decide. Moving on, then. So he doesn't want to talk about that. Lobby number 1, talking with you.
Hold it.
Let's keep pressing. Just got off work and now full of pizza. Yay! Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary?
I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot.
If the gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from the murder, that would give that other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now. Oh, I got him.
Sure.
I didn't hear anything. Talking to you? I thought he was talking to me. Ford.
Ford!
Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything?
It's the same color as the one Kay was holding.
Oh? So you know about the girl's balloon?
Yeah, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her.
Well, as you may have already surmised, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon.
So, what about the balloon?
Oh, I get it now. So basically, even you and Bad heard the balloon popping and thought it was the gun. which means, as I suspected earlier, the time of the murder happened long before Detective Gumshoe was put on duty in front of that room. But after Faraday came in and grabbed Rel and took him to lobby number 2. I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point.
What are you getting at?
This fragment was found in the hallway right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot.
Oh, so that sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh? On top of that, His Honor said that he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene.
Yes, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway when you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were in lobby number 1 at that time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well.
So?
What? Don't give me a so!
We just proved that there is a flaw in your testimony. The crackling of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivety crackling. And since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and walls of the place seem so rugged? That's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked.
What is that supposed to mean?
The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound-absorbing material.
Wow, this place is built like a fortress.
Chanel, welcome back!
Then you mean...
Silverfang! How you doing? Since I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound. No!
That's our scream when we were like, no! And this is Ford! I knew that's what he was going to say.
Then that means that Scruffface's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't hear any sign of a struggle.
No!
That's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now, do you get it, kids?
Well then wait a minute, then how did he hear a gunshot? If the walls are thick, how did he hear the gunshot? Because he claimed to hear a gunshot and then raced out into the hallway. He's messed up.
Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic, not the other way around.
The other way around. It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. However, if we examine the situation in reverse, a person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. And yet Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. Detective Bad, if that is the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot?
What do you mean, how? I just did.
It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words.
Oh? How so?
If the rooms are as soundproof as you say they are, then how did the sound of the gunshot enter your ears?
I see what you mean. I guess I'm more out of it from Faraday's murder than I had thought.
Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to? It boils down to this. There must be a reason as to how Detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard a gunshot they theoretically couldn't have.
It looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again, huh?
The state of the crime scene.
Wait! Can it be?
Wait, how could one hear a gunshot? How could one... How? How did they hear the gunshot? How did they hear the gunshot? How did they hear the gunshot? The windows were open. You're right. The windows were open.
It's that ultra-strong perfume Yu wears. Callisto Yu. Could she have orchestrated this? But that doesn't make any sense! And way too noisy!
Very loud television.
The surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go?
As I suspected. That's what happened. Now I get it. First thing, very loud television. Why is the television sound so loud? When the TV was turned on by Gumshoe in the last episode, the TV's volume was super loud to the point that Gumshoe had to quickly turn the TV down, or at least turn the TV off. Why was the TV sound so loud? Now, the surveillance video had audio of Dead Man's death when Mackerel shot him. What if the windows were left open so that the murderer could have people hear the sound of a gun messing up the time of death? No? Crap. Okay. I may be off. Hold on. Very loud television. What about this? This work? That works. It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through the barred windows, and yet the fragrance of the perfume managed to escape from defendant lobby number 1. Of course, incorporeal things can move freely through these open barred windows. Which means... this should do it. Now then, what else besides the smell can go both in and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound. So no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. And since the windows in both defendant lobby number 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations. And the gunshot came from the video in the TV. The missing piece of evidence is a video that shows the moment in which Mr. Rell killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite an impression on me when it was played during the trial. The video should have returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess and brought back here. And if it disappeared after that time, then it's possible that the tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place.
Miles, what have you been thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again.
It's not a waste of time to think, for I have figured out where we should look.
And where would that be?
I believe we should examine the television.
The TV? Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like.
This'll be a short one. Let's check that television. It's a video player, and there seems to be a videotape inside. Aha!
It looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end.
This tape. Could it not be the missing surveillance tape?
I suppose, but...
Detective Bad, would it be alright with you if I verified the contents of this video?
Yeah, sure. Knock yourself out.
All right then, let's rewind this and see what we have. If I remember correctly, the footage of Rell killing the embassy staff member should be at about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape. Understood. This should be about right. Now then, let's see.
This is... This is the footage of Mr. Rell shooting the embassy staff member.
I knew it. The missing piece of evidence, the surveillance video, was here all along.
Yeah, the sound. What's the meaning of this?
It appears that Detective Bad has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind the double murder.
Do you mean that you figured it all out then?
Yes, all I have to do now is show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from.
Fine. In that case, show me that what you've deduced.
Now to show what the gunshot detective Bad and Gumshoe... Okay. And through where they heard it from. Can we open the window? Just as with the spilled perfume in lobby number 1, if the windows were open, that piece of evidence's sound would also dissipate out. Now to show what... Okay, yep, One more time, just to make sure. Video of the embassy staff members murder, gunshot is... Okay, yep, Whoops, I think that was too... I think I had to go to Windows. Maybe I had to point to Windows? I don't know. Let's see here. That's it. Windows. If the door and windows to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed, the killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser.
That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were.
However, what happened in reality was, Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu, all three of them heard the gunshot.
Well, the windows in lobby number 1 and number 2 in the hallway were open, so naturally the people in those locations could hear it.
Ah, but then why would the criminal open the window in the first place?
To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose.
Correct. That's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this.
But why was that necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction.
Very well. I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. What was it the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of? When the crime took place. The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes, and they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so.
So that's why the tape was left running. You mean the gunshot I heard was from this video?
Yes, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. It must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for that time period and planned this crime out in advance. That person is the real killer. Well, now we know how it was done. Now we just gotta point the finger.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, what is it?
Miss Yu is asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She says that she's identified the murderer, but she wants to clarify something. It looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something.
Understood. Please tell her that I will be right over.
I'll come along. I want to hear what she has to say.
It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. Okay, guys, I have something to ask everybody in chat. Do you want me to try and finish this? This is a one-part finale for case number 4. There's no to be continued after this until after we literally end case 4 and go to case 5. So would you like me to end case 4 tonight and discover the murder, and then we start case 5 next time we play this? How invested are you all? There's a big yes. End case Ford. Okay. We will end case Ford. Alright, we'll save. We will save. Oh, I leave it completely up to you guys in this case.
Ford!
Okay, we're saving, and we're heading in. Guys, I'm just gonna take a swig of water, and then we will do this. We will finish this. And hopefully figure out who killed Mr. Faraday. Who needs soda when you got delicious water? I made a pun. Yes. Alright, let's do this. Let's end this. I know who did it. It's obvious now. But it doesn't make any sense. Okay, what are you doing here? Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating. But the object you're looking for has already...
Okay, don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation.
Okay, you got it. Yeah, Avian, we're gonna go ahead and finish Case 4. There's not much left. I know for a fact that it's not a two-part ending like Case 3 was. This is the ending right here. Detective Bad, haven't we already found what you were looking for?
If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, any little task will do.
Oh? You're more sympathetic than I thought. Here we go. I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth. I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest. The moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest. Wasn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we've more than solved this case already.
We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds.
Oh, I see we even have a viewer in the gallery. And why even Mr. Bad is here.
A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander. I have a duty to see this case through to the end, no matter how it turns out.
Oh, is that right? Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. No, I'm not Mr. Bad. I'm his evil twin, Mr. Good. That's how he says his name, too. During the time when our suspect was in the hallway, I also confirmed that there is no possible route of escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must without a doubt be Detective Gumshoe. And that's all you have? Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion, and this case. Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there is always time for a rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. It'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of a court in this case, don't you think? Oh, absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing. But alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony. If my logic is correct, then I've already won. All I have to do now is to prove it by showing who the real killer is. I know exactly who it is now. It's the only suspect left. The only one without an alibi. But it doesn't make any sense. She was a victim of the smuggling ring. Why would she be working for the smuggling ring? Everyone, sans the suspect, has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? I also confirm that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2, which leaves us one unshakable conclusion that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth. But of course, there is no need to confront her logic head-on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump cards she has up her sleeve. Let's talk about alibis, shall we?
Hold it!
Let's talk alibi. The suspect, but I thought that Detective Gumshoe's alibi has already been proven. Are you joking, Edgeworth? I assure you, this is no joke. Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier. that the detective was in the hallway when Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll. Yes, this is correct. But see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? Fox, think about it. What would you do if you believed that the real killer got away and you put blame on the people responsible for said case? I mean, if it was a revenge case, but I don't even think... Why would she go as far as to ruin them and kill them when the smuggling ring is right there for her to grab up? Those are the guys who murdered her sister. Heck, Manny Cochin showed up right at the beginning of this case, and he was the one suspected of killing her sister. Something doesn't make sense. Something's off. The problem is there's no one else who can corroborate what he said since the snacking. I see she's done her research well, which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump card she's withholding. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right?
Hold it!
Not quite. Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide. Scrunched eyebrows and lines are on your forehead or back. Anyway, if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene lobby number 2 has no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in, and because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect. But isn't it also possible that someone escaped through a window and into the garden? That's the first place everyone looked, silly. The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked into every possibility, you know. Isn't that right, Mr. Bad?
Yeah. There wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden.
Suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case? No, they didn't. Confirm that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2, which leaves us... No. You gotta press this out. Are you absolutely positive that there are no possible routes of escape? Of course she did it. She's an absolute see you next Tuesday. Of course I'm sure. And why are you so certain? This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there were an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. It's just common sense.
Miles Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it in the future.
Yeah. Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Come on, gotta have something here. They think it's unshakable, but to me, there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand? But you're the only one still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing. I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. I suppose we've really reached the end now. You know that's a euphemism, right? Yes. Yes, I do. I already have my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. Before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francisca or myself speaking with you about the subject. But there were witnesses. For you, there is your mentor who gave you an alibi. I see. As for the little Missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess and was stopped by a security guard at the door to the hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that, or so I heard.
I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff or anyone else.
Wait, so basically the only reason Francisca bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be the replacement prosecutor? By the way, Miss Yu, what about everyone's alibis before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty? And what about them? Have you looked into what people were doing during that span of time? What kind of idiot do you take me for? It doesn't matter when the killer went into lobby number 2. From the time we heard the gunshot, to the time Mr. Bad and I arrived on the scene as we dashed from lobby number 1. The only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe. Yes, let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard that gunshot, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe is the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when the gunshot you heard went off? What then? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think Miss Yu is in a bit of trouble. That gunshot was a trap meant to manipulate our... Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1, care to explain how that could have been fabricated? I'll give you fabrication.
Take that!
That tape? Wow, she is really going hard with the makeup there. Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rell, the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2. That was connected to the large television that had its volume turned all the way up. You can't honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot in the video? Ah, but I do. Which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot.
That's the only thing I can think of, too.
After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. If played from the beginning, it would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that the method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe. Sounds from a television doesn't amount to much here. But of course, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and Little Miss Von Karma already knew that much from the very beginning, right?
Of course we knew, didn't we, Miles?
Yes, of course. We know about the soundproof quality of the courthouse's rooms. Of course, I'm not about to admit we had no idea until only a little while ago. Good bluff. That's right, and if the rooms are soundproof, then we should have not have been able to hear it. And yet, we heard the gunshot clear as day. And that's it. End of story. But it's not. How should I explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from soundproof? The window was open! There is actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2. And it is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was open in each. Does she just apply makeup when she's nervous? Everybody's got a tell, Tovan. If you study card players, you'll know that everybody has a tell. Some people, when they get nervous, start to scratch, or maybe they'll move around, or maybe they won't look you in the eye, or maybe they got a nervous habit. Maybe their leg will start to twitch or bounce up and down. Maybe some people I know twirl their hair. That's one of my tells. I twirl my hair when I'm in deep thought, or when I'm nervous. I will twirl my hair. Now, we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. Especially in Ace Attorney, it signals the start of their breakdown. Indeed, Big Said, indeed. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also opened. It's probably just coincidence that they were both open at the time.
Objection!
It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window open in lobby number 1? The answer is that a certain person did something to cause the window to be opened. And the person who triggered that action, that person is the real guilty party. The real killer in this double murder is... Who's that? Oh, that's the Yatagarasu. We still don't know who the Yatagarasu is. The real culprit is... It's still... what?
Take that!
Callisto Yu. Miss Callisto Yu. Kay Faraday, right, the little girl. I hereby formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. What? You indict me? Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she is the killer? I don't understand her motive just yet. course I'm serious. Because she is the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss Yu, do you still feel like laughing now? Of course I do, Edgeworth. My argument must not be tight enough yet. Although I never thought things would spiral into this. But I'll have you know I'm enjoying this dance quite a bit. I guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? Oh, bring it on, lady. You argue that the window was opened, however, do you have proof it was I who did that? Actually, we do! Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Actually, we do! Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this, especially with logic as full of holes as yours. This is where it really starts. I mustn't let my guard down. Zuberry Snowfrost, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Fox Den. Furthermore, yeah, furthermore. 2021. Let's hope it happens. Now's the time to put the patented Von Karma perfect proof to the test. Zuberry, how you doing? Hope I got your name right. Welcome on in. Let's talk about this. Evidence. All I need to do is have some prints analyzed and we know it straight away. Be my guest. She sounds as though she has the room to maneuver, which means even if we were able to lift prints, they'd only show that it was someone else. But why that someone else was forced to open the window? That's simple. Callisto, she didn't open the window. Bad opened the window because she used the perfume. Why don't I try presenting that piece of evidence? I have nothing else to lose. What's wrong? The scrunched eyebrows, lines on your forehead, they're all back. More importantly, are you going to be okay not running a fingerprint analysis? Yes, I'll be fine. Oh! Well, in that case, I'll just continue with my testimony, alright? No. 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 No.
Objection!
No. Your testimony ends here. I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss Yu? Edgeworth, I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. It's not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know. What? This isn't mine! That's right, it's mine, and I received it from Detective Bad, you see. Miss Yu, you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much for sure. That this bottle of perfume was given to Detective Bad by you. Because it gets really strong really fast. So, what about the perfume? While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of the perfume. That's according to Detective Bad. Okay, oh, I know. You also knew that if you spilled it, he would naturally move to open a window.
Objection!
Come now, I've already told you that it's all just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know? So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window.
Objection!
That timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at that time.
You mean...
Miss Yu, you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1, when you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of today's premeditated events could only have been thought up by you, Miss Yu. You accused me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume. Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday. Would you care to testify as to why? Look, I've had a lot of fun today, really, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap this absurd case up once and for all. Accusing someone of murder over spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma. In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. That's it. That's it! That's it! It was a key! It wasn't a knife, it was a key! She didn't know... Miles, her testimony is flawless. No, it's not. It's not flawless. Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. And if I'm lacking in information, I'll just draw it out of her. It's the key. She wouldn't know about the key, or she would... Hold on, let's get to that. Let's get to that. After all, I don't know where the knife that was used... Let's press that first. At this rate, she will inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag. Miles! What do you think you're doing? A keyblade. Oh my gosh, it really is a keyblade. I'm drawing the truth out of her. That's what I'm doing. Huh? I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier today. Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use. Ah, so that's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I've already figured you out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key the Yatagarasu had sent. And unless a key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on.
You were just comprised to fail, aren't you?
Did you really think you could trap me? Come now, be honest. Heh, I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you just said to your testimony. Sure, why not? I'll even say it as many times as you'd like. There was a key in his evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a simple key.
Objection!
I beg to differ. Miss Yu, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is a picture of the key the Yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it, in fact, has the secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Yatagarasu's key and the murderous knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yes. Well, with the Yatagarasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Do you understand now, just knowing of the existence of the Yatagarasu's key? Oh, don't tell me you've got another ace. No, you don't have another one. I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. You would, even now, still feign ignorance. I'm not feigning anything. We can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence now, can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. Are you mocking my papa? Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real. Wow, who knew there was such a trick to this thing? Are you satisfied now? But of course you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yatagarasu's key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you, who isn't a member of law enforcement, and who would never have been privy to this trick, would have never known about it to begin with. Furthermore, the something that the Yatagarasu sent to the police, how did you have knowledge as to what it was? Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. Rell off, he told me. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at that time. But he didn't tell me about how the key actually transformed. What you are saying is simply not possible. Oh, and why not? Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he mentions nothing about a knife. I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know? Wouldn't something of this importance be better left to oral communication?
Objection!
Unfortunately, that is also impossible, because Detective Bad didn't know about the knife aspect either. What would have been highly classified information even within the police force, and is something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition? Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have much of a reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse, huh?
How can you laugh at a time like this? She probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in panic over it. But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with.
I suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know how you know this real nature of the knife. Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me? Oh, I will, and I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it, the moment of truth, the secret behind the Yatagarasu's key. Only one person would have had knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yatagarasu's key could change into a knife? The Yatagarasu. But I thought Bern Faraday was the Yatagarasu. Kay Faraday becomes the Yatagarasu. If she's the Yatagarasu, then...
Take that!
There is only one person who would have known about the dual nature of the key. And that is the person who sent the Yatagarasu's key to the police. That is to say, the Yatagarasu herself.
Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu?
Miss Yu. You used Mr. Rell to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You, who professed to bear a grudge against criminals. Why? Why did you do something like this? Who would have thought that you, a stupid rookie prosecutor, would see through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than when I sneak into someplace.
Yeah, you killed Faraday. Now, why? Answer me, Callisto Yu.
Callisto Yu, huh? That's not my real name.
Oh my gosh! That's it! She was posing as CCU's sister! She must have killed the real Callisto Yu and taken her place!
Because my real identity is, yes, the great thief, Yatagarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rell an offer, an acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rell was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. That Rel craves only two things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held on to Rel any longer. Plus, if I had let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both. But didn't you say that you despised criminals? But do I really?
You. Have you forgotten about the KG-8 incident too?
Maybe.
What sort of woman would...
So then, was it your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent? Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatagarasu by using this Yatagarasu's key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. With a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk with Mr. Faraday, and in order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Yatagarasu's key just like that. He never noticed that I had changed the key into a knife inside that plastic bag. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life.
How could you kill him?
I knew for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death. But if you killed Mr. Faraday first, then there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rel as well. I believe I mentioned why when we were placing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness, and how that led the killer to think about setting them up as though they'd killed each other. Then the trick with the surveillance tape. Yes, I hadn't actually planned to use a gun. The risk was too high that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape, which is why I had Rel help me set up that crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all his hard work with a bullet.
You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you betray a client?
A client? If you want to talk about who was a client of whose first, it was me. I was the client in the murder of the Katapian Embassy staff member, Dayed Man.
You ordered a hit job?
You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad. I had Dayed Man killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination?
It can't be. You're...
That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring.
What? How could this... You don't mean you're working with Manny Cochin too, do you?
Maybe, maybe not. Guess you'll never know.
The Yatagarasu claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer.
That's right, little girl. The Yatagarasu is just another killer.
Yeah, be quiet. You.
Yatagarasu, you can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know the Yatagarasu has 3 legs? Do you know why that is? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. Oh, crap! You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Yatagarasu's key right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it. Yeah, you mean the key was your real target? And even after I gave you such a great advice, Didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal? Or you may regret what comes of your negligence.
Yeah, you two, get down!
Eek! Ah!
My body, I can't move.
Hey, mister, to your right!
You!
She's getting away! Are you all right, Francisca? I am perfectly fine, Miles. Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed. Where did Kay go? That's a gunshot. Sorry, but it looks like she got away. What? Oh, crap. This was 7 years ago, remember? She's been on the loose for 7 years. I called the precinct. They should have a perimeter set up soon. Detective Bad, are you all right? I heard a gunshot. I'm okay. Just got another hole in my jacket. You may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken. Yeah, but more importantly, boy, I mean, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Karma, are you two hurt? I'm absolutely fine. I'm also all right, thanks to Kay. Speaking of Kay, where is she? I don't know. She just sort of disappeared. I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? Detective Bad, sir? I'm sorry I doubted you. Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. Well, I lied to you guys too, after all. I heard about what happened from Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But, in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. Now, don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay? Hey man, thanks for the stream, but it's already morning. Oh shoot, Speed, go get some sleep, buddy! Sleep well, Speed! You got it, Pops! Pops? Watched one too many detective dramas recently, have we? Way to single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere of one snarky comment. I should get back to the investigation. I swear I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do. Be careful, Detective Bad, and take care. Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday. Thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything. Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison. Oh no, the judge is getting so sappy.
I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe.
It was no problem, really. I mean, I lied too, so I didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor.
Well, even if we didn't have His Honor's testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf.
Yeah, I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective. Well, as long as you're not fired, you should work hard, give all that you have, and perform your duties well. Oh, and one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me. She did? Oh, what is it? What was it that Kay left for me? The proof of their friendship. That would be the Swiss roll.
Take that!
It's a courthouse special Swiss roll. Can I really have it? Yes, it's a present meant for you after all. Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now. Sure, you can go ahead. Swiss Rolls, Detective Gumshoe, and Kay bought together. While the one Kay saved never reached her father, it would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective.
He's so happy at the store, he's having a welcome back celebration of his own.
Well, I was asked by Kay to give it to him.
Whoa! That was good, pal! I can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day! It's like I'm in Swiss roll paradise or something. Gotta thank Kay myself. Hey, wait. Where is she?
You only noticed just now? Was his mind not present when we discussed her earlier? Detective Bad left to go search for her earlier. Maybe you should go join him.
Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first... You know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Oh dear. And that's how the partnership began. I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement.
We should go home to Miles. We have to hurry and report what happened to Papa.
Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective.
Roger, sir, and don't you worry, I'll investigate the next case we're on real well.
I'll, be counting on you. The scent of trouble is definitely in the air. Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. Immediately cuts Gumshoe's salary, pretty much. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now...
So, do you remember now?
Yes, I remember everything. Kay, it's been a while.
Kay, you sure grew up a lot.
Of course. But thank goodness, I thought you two had totally forgotten about me.
You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time?
Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They lived really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here all that much.
Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're alright.
So, does it all make sense now?
You betcha it does.
Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently and...
Actually, there are still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay.
Huh?
First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu? The Yatagarasu is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father.
No, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father.
How does that make sense?
Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu?
Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I know for sure.
But that's impossible!
What's with that look? You don't believe me?
It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now.
All right then. How do you explain this?
It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing?
What?
Lord Zagrum seems to have figured it out.
Yep, that's Little Thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarasu's greatest weapon, or secret, I should say, and this little gizmo was used by my father.
Wow, Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor, he was a really great thief, huh?
Yeah, my father worked really hard to steal the truth, but he was killed, and the Yatagarasu is no more. But despite that, the Yatagarasu had been spotted again recently.
Someone other than you?
Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article.
Uh-oh. The Yatagarasu sent the embassy a calling card? Yeah, meaning this person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto U lady is behind this. Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out. But the Yatagarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves. Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up, and I knew I couldn't just let it go, so I searched you out, so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you're saying that I have your father's and Miss Yu's identities backwards? Yes, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real noble Yatagarasu. And if I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace. Kay. Kay, you're so honorable. Think about it, the Yatagarasu has 3 legs. That means the Yatagarasu stands on 3 legs, meaning there are 3 people behind the Yatagarasu. That's a good theory, Lord Zagrum. Maybe there are more than one Yatagarasu running around. Oh boy, this is gonna get confusing real fast. I don't care what anyone thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal. Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you are plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit. Mr. Edgeworth? You guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now? Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman. That evil woman? You mean Callisto U? I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me? Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you. Huh? Owe me for what? When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I am not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid. Then you mean... Yes. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to sully your hands into crime, then I believe I can help you. Mr. Edgeworth, thank you. Yay, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Isn't that great, Kay? Yeah, it sure is, Gummy. Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now. Ugh, what is with their chummy relationship? The great thief Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Byrne Faraday, Callisto U, and Kay Faraday. The phantasmagorically changing identity of the great thief Yatagarasu. And the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. Whoo! My gosh. Fam, a little teaser for you. Next time we play this game will be the final case. It is the longest one in the game, and it will bring everything to light. What the secret of the Yatagarasu really is, and who is behind the smuggling operation. We will figure that out as we traverse the final case next time we play this game. Alright, I think we need to place Ford under arrest. Citizens arrest Ford, move or I break you. No, I'm kidding. Ford! Oh, goodness. Yes. Hands up, Ford. You're going down. Wait, no. That's not... No. Alright, fam. It's been a long one tonight. Let's wrap it all up in a nice little bow. Boop! Music, please, Music Man. Music Man. Music. We have the music back. Hooray! Alright, my friends. Going over the wall of love really quickly, I want to thank Zubere Snowfrost for the follow, Lord Zagrum for the 5 biddies, Liquid Vision for the 500 biddies, Nova the Wolf Puppy for the follow, Mini Banana Man for the follow, Shadoween15 for the follow, Seawolf for the rate of 4, Savage Wizroad for the rate of 11, thank you again, both raiders, Young Rebel 88, thank you for the follow, Bandolito for the tier 1 resub for 16 months, Boom Kitty FX for the follow, Canis Rufus 2K for the tier 1 resub for 3 months, Nazuk for the Twitch Prime sub for 2 months, an offline sub from Kobe Dustin, was the gift sub to the that Toxic Falf, the Saiyan Mage for the offline follow, Predator Wayne, I don't even know how to pronounce that, Wyan? Predator Wyan? I don't get it. Thank you for the follow, Fedora is stinky, Remorgi. Come on, you know I bathe every other week. I'm not stinky. Firecat, thank you for the 10 biddies. Thank you so much. Yeah, the Hazarino. Hazer Smug. I see that. Not as stinky as Ahmed's. Well, that's true. That's just a fact. That one Fox07, thank you for the follow. And I think I got it. I think we got all the offline follow. Cool. All right, fam. Wow, almost went 5 hours on that one. Whew, that was a long stream. Guys, I took a bath today. Fight me, Luca. Remorge, I hope you've been well. Hope you've been doing all right. It's good to hear from you. All right, gang. I will be returning to stream on Sunday. And guys, I have a very special surprise for you on Sunday. I cannot wait to show you. Very special surprise on Sunday. Coming soon. I look forward to showing it to you all. Sunday, we're going to have Prop Hunt, Gmod Prop Hunt with friends, along with some Jackbox and definitely Stream Racer. So you guys are getting technically 4 games. Special surprise, Fedora bought me 400 nuggies. I want 400 nuggies. So look out Sunday, guys. Don't miss it. Good stuff on the way. And my pleasure, Xander. My pleasure to everybody. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Thank you for hanging with me. I know this was a long one, but thank you for sticking it out with me. Excuse me. All right, my friends. I will see you on Sunday. Luca, thank you for the hug. Thank you. I will see you guys on Sunday. Let's go find... Oh, Weird Tiger! Oh, Weird Tiger coming on in at the last second. How you doing, Weird Tiger? It's good to see you. And a last minute tier 1 resub for 9 months and a boop! The sub boops. Weird Tiger, thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Alright, hey. Let's see. Oh my goodness, I know who I'm gonna raid. I haven't raided... Oh my goodness, guys. I haven't raided Spacine in forever. I love Spacine. Stream Baby? I guess Weird Foxo is now the Stream Baby. Weird Fedora? That too. We can go with Weird Fedora. My goodness. Alright, we're gonna go raid Spacine. Anybody got recommendations for the raid message? Anyone got recommendations for the raid message? Such Fedora. Anyone got any recommendations for the raid message? Anyone? Here, have our zebra cakes. We can use that one. Alright. We can go that one. I'll type it out. Here. Have our... Actually, here. I got one. Wait. Let's do this. Let's do this, Luca. Right here. We CCU something. Let's go with this one. I like this. There's our raid message. Copy and paste it in the chat so I know you guys got it. /me to make the color of your name. And if you guys could stick around for the raid, I would really appreciate that. If you don't have my emotes, you can just copy the message or use other emotes or what have you. It works either way. Thank you guys once again for being here. Thank you for hanging with me. It's an absolute pleasure to always have you guys here. Thank you for, again, being part of my online Twitch family. You guys are amazing one way or another. Thank you for sticking out with me. Thank you for hanging. Thank you for enjoying the show. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope tonight was made a little bit brighter because of all my antics. Even if it means having to fall down a cliff or make a mistake or something. Alright, fam, I'm going to set up the raid and then we're going to do this. Let's see, I want the Space Yeen. The legendary Yeen of space. Alright, fam, I'll see you on Sunday. Until then, keep being awesome, keep being you, and as always, I love you guys. Thank you for being here. Oh, and for those of us in the States, happy 4th. Don't forget to put out milk and cookies for Captain America, because once Captain America eats the milk and cookies, he will go beat up a fascist for you. Until next time, guys, bye!